Hello everyone, and welcome to another day of Bitcraft. As the title of the stream would suggest, today it's all about the shinies. We spent the last couple of days over in The Mistake, which is a claim set up. Wait, not that far. There we go. A claim set up here in the northwest, owned by Game Over Liam, also streaming here in Twitch. And yeah, basically spent some time there, worked on fishing, some farming. I did a little bit of wood chopping, helped around with the terraforming of the claim, and I have to say it's coming out pretty cool. They have worked even more after I finished streaming, and it's looking even better. So if any of you want to drop over there and check it out, they do have a waystone, so it's easy to travel. One more thing we did yesterday was we explored the far north. This area here, I will not really spoil much about what is over there, but I will say that it's really cool. That if you have some free time on your hands, that's definitely a trip worth taking. The tundra just by itself is a really beautiful biome. And yeah, over there you have some additional surprises that I think many people will enjoy. So yeah, without further ado, let's just get on to the job at hand. Today it's gonna be a more chill stream. Of course, if anybody has any questions or anything, I'm always willing to go deep into any subject, but it's gonna be a more slow-paced stream now that we're getting into the second week of things. Skills are progressing. Sometimes the crafting jobs take longer, so there's definitely a lot more downtime at this stage of the game. Oh, looks like I am full. Have I dropped any gypsite? I have. I don't want to drop any gypsite. Alright, might as well get that extra stack. And eat some food. Nope. That killed that mud mound. Hello, Kayleen. Welcome. How are you doing today? how are the foothills off grid? I've been thinking about going over there once I finish doing the shinies grinding. Yes, you tuned exactly at the right time. I'm probably gonna try to skip to some sort of stick to some sort of schedule. Just to also bring some order into my life, because it can otherwise it can be a bit all over the place. Oh, let me answer Tilo. They've been asking some questions in game chat. Kelly say I'm doing well, finally slept a lot, that's really good. Foothills was going to start the T4 grind tomorrow, but it seems like we are already researching today. That's really good. That's really good. Yeah, I wanna upgrade the ranks, so I'm probably gonna go hang out with you. There's also the tier 3 rock by the mistake, but I've been there for a couple of days, and while I do love everyone in there, I wanna, you know, mix it up, hang out different places, and I haven't seen your claim yet. I mean, I've seen the ad, which looks really rad, so I definitely do want to hang out over there. Did I? Yes, I got more gypsite. I'm not gonna say no to that. Oh. I hope I didn't waste much on that mound. See, I get distracted. Yeah, I definitely will. Like, right now, in my western town, like I'm over by the starting areas, and on my market stall here, last night when I checked it, I had 70 something bricks. I'm just gathering like much more gypsite, and then I'll do some fishing for the shells, and yeah, I'll just turn as many bricks as I can into refined, get that to rumble, and then pop the money back into the market stall to keep the bricks flowing. And then once I get through that, I will head over to the foothills. Sometimes, like, it feels like it's just the one little thing, and then the next one little thing, and then the next one little thing, and the moment you realize it's been 2 hours. But I do like that about this game. Yeah, we all know that feeling. It's even worse when you're trying to keep track of more than the one thing, and you end up derailing, and like if you're juggling like 3 things at a time, it can, like, yeah, it can take a really long time to do something that you thought was fairly simple and straightforward at the beginning. All right, 180. Let's just go back, otherwise I'm just gonna keep digging all day. And let's drop these things into the bank. I probably don't need the very deluxe food here. I can do with this one. This is most of what I was doing over in the mistake. I was working towards supplying myself with a whole bunch of this food. So that should set me up for some time. And I also want to build my improved cache. the this thing here. I got the bricks, I got the nails. I mean, I have this one too, and I'll go buy that once I'm done farming the Hexcoin, because that's 2000 Hexcoin, which I'm sure I have in my market stall. Where's the pond? Oh, that's right. In here the pond is much farther from the fishing thing. So I actually like to fish in the western. Sorry, the eastern town. I am in the western now. Oh, they switched this around. Used to be the player settlements above and the ruined towns below. It might not, like, it might look like a lot of trouble. Oh, did I say no? Unable to tell? Oh, because I just teleported back here. It might seem like I'm exaggerating, like jumping over there to do the fishing, but the thing is, like, this pond is like right next to the fishing station, whereas here the fishing station is like down here and the pond is all the way up there. I don't know what the no, yeah, the pond is probably best location is here. Actually might not be too bad here as well, because the fishing station is to the southwest of the map. I might just go hang out in the southern town. Hey, it's Argy. Oh, looks like I bought some more of these, so I should get close to the... Well, I should be able to just do all of them. Oh, why am I talking global? Well, at least I know where the water is. Getting a little bit of visual glitches here. Oh. Well, let me get my raft out. I have them set up at 30 for purchase and then 35. Because yeah, like Rumba will buy them for, like, the value is about 25 each, so that's basically what I have. Noted gun is a scammer. So like I will buy them off of anyone, and they can make 5 hex coins more than Rumba, and then for me to make those hex coins I sell them at 5 above. You know, it makes sense to me, and you know, it saves people, you know, a lot of time. I think the biggest issue is that right now there's no influx of Hexcoin at higher levels, or there's like I'm literally farming Hexcoin by making tier 1 stuff. It doesn't feel right. Like if higher tier players were able to get more Hexcoin, which they should, because higher tier things are worth more or should be worth more, then buying bricks at 35 a piece should make sense. Like, honestly, even double the rumba price might end up being a base value if the economy does get rolling. But yeah, need more access to sources of Hexcoin. They should buff rumba brick prices to 30. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. No need to move rumba prices. They need to make hex coins available for higher tier people. Oh, bricks take more effort? Interesting. Maybe I should have been a blacksmith. Although then that is 2 crafting skills. The masonry and the smithing, besides the gathering. Yes, it's true. There is no, it is just two jobs for that as well. Yeah, I guess, and those are probably in higher demand than the bricks, so it probably would have been the right choice. I'll take that into account for future tests, but it's not really the defining factor, I guess. Like, the main thing is we need more sources of, like, whatever it is that you do, you should be able to get more Hexcoin the more you progress. Bricks have an extra step. Let's see, bricks, you... Well, yeah, I guess the extra step is probably gathering the mod. Actually, maybe. Because you need to mine and you need to forage to get the things for the bricks. No, actually you need to mine, forage, and do forestry for the logs. So it actually makes sense that bricks should be more expensive. They have less of a demand, I guess. I mean, they're important for buildings, right now that is a major thing. It'll come to a point where maybe building materials will have less of a demand once, like if you think about a fully fleshed release, the big towns, most of the big towns will have been settled. There will always be new settlements popping up here and there, but you know, those will be sporadic, whereas new players needing new tools will be a constant. On the other hand, there's always more blacksmiths. Like, there's always so many blacksmiths, so that's probably going to be a more, like a higher competition market. It'll be interesting to see the way the economy keeps progressing as the testing goes. Like having a test where the trade finder window is fully operational from day one might give us a better idea of how the economy might move. Right now it was just so broken early on that people just fell into their old habits and just everyone, let's just do everything ourselves. Oh, I should have dropped the mod in there. Let's just get rid of it. That's easy to get. Kelling saying, we wanted to make a sister claim to Foothills in the Tundra, but we decided not to because of Tortuga being there. But now Tortuga has all their stations locked up. Oh, they have their stations locked up? Really? Interesting. Like, did they make a building, like buildings, and just put the stations in there? You just heard so? Huh. That's interesting. That seems counterproductive. But you know what? That is a result of the passive income from other people using your stations not being a good enough motivator for you to make them available to other people. Like right now, those the groups that are always in, you know, into getting bragging rights and doing this first or doing that first, it is like it helps that goal to be restrictive of their stations more than the benefit you would get from making them available. And that feels like a design problem. If that's what they're doing, if they're two guys, you know, safeguarding their stations because they're the first tier 4 stations and they don't want other people to use them to catch up to them, then that means that the progression, the tiering up, has more value than you would get from being the first to do the tier 4 stations and therefore drawing people in so that they use your stations and you generate profit. Which should be the way that the claims are working right now. At least from my perspective. This looks so broken. Like somebody that might just see the stream and say, "Oh, let's check out what this game's about." Like what is happening? I think I might actually just I'm gonna relog. It is not fair to, you know, anyone that drops in and tries to actually see what the game is about to show something so buggy when that's not really representative of like most of the time. I have seen some visual bugs like that, but They're not that common. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, let's say I might go for Nomad Life next test 2. I mean, it should be easier the next test. I'm popping a lot of suggestions on my feedback as to the things that I felt that I have missed the most and the tools that I wish that I had the most. Hopefully, since I think that it is kind of what the devs want to enable, hopefully they'll listen. And I mean, I know that there might be some things that they might have already even thought about, but it's just in the works, just because there's so much work. I do love my hat. But yeah, like they have a lot of things in their hands, so it makes sense that they prioritize the basic working of things first, and then like the more specific improvements for different things, like different playstyles and different, you know, quality of life additions. But I mean, I know that they'll listen, and I know there are things that have to do with just the balancing of things and like the core mechanics that players and devs might agree or disagree, and then the devs always end up having the final word. They listen to the people, but in the end it is their vision, it is their game, and it is their right to make it as they envision. But for basic things that will pretty much just enable the players to do the thing that they have said they want players to do, there's really no reason for them not to listen. A lot of the time is more a matter of when and how they can implement some of the things that are suggested. They posted that 20-30 minutes ago. Yeah, we need a better chat system. One of the more coming soon things. Okay, they're just still talking about the bricks and ingots. Bricks need a whole other gatherable, yeah, and it has an additional step, then they should be worth more. Yeah. I think I also started thinking about bricks and making refined bricks, because that's what I was doing at the end of the second closed alpha. I was farming the Brico coins, really to get the the Brico hammer. I can't remember how many Brico coins it took, but it was a lot of coins, and I wanted to have the the best mallet for digging a tower at the end of the test. So that's probably part of why I ended up doing that early on, when I found that trading was not really gonna be easy because the tools were just not working as they should. Just to buy some, to kill some time really, while things got fixed. And it was killing some time while at the same time making some Hexcoin, so I think it worked out. It did give me the starting funds to get equipped. Oh, I'm wearing the wrong ring. There we go. Is it too big a difference? Worth fishing? Yeah, it is 4% versus not having that 4%. I don't know that this really influences the gathering speed all that much. Because you have, I think this is the biggest difference. And then the bonus from the food. I was able to bring the time down to 1.2 with the deluxe fish and the tier 1 ring. But I don't really want to waste deluxe fish on tier 1 crawdads. I should be able to maybe have that same 1.2 once I get the tier 3 ranks. Hopefully. I hear the tier 4 rings were kind of buggy. Someone in the Pirate Software chat from Tortuga posted a screenshot, and instead of showing, I think it was supposed to be 6 point something %, it was showing, I think it was 6.7, and instead of 6.7 it was showing 0.067%. So I don't know if that was just an error in the tooltip, or if that was actually that they set the wrong parameter for the buff. Either way, I mean, it should be an easy fix, and I think Voxel's aware of it. So maybe by the time the Tortugans make the tier 4 workstations available for people, I can go over to the Tortuga Falls that has a lot of tier 4 rock around it, and then work in those. In terms of effort, it's not really that big of a difference. Little Damon doing the math for us. Kelly saying Tortuga fenced their crafting stations within a wall. Huh. So I guess they can move the wall and go in and then like close it off to other people. That seems kind of childish, if you ask me. But yeah, if that is the case, it's clearly a symptom of it is not generating enough profit to make it worth it to make your stations available to others. And then that is a design issue, 100%. If you're making making stations publicly accessible by everyone on this test, then you should promote that behavior, not, you know, disincentivize it. Hey Voidy, how are you doing today? Welcome. We're talking about Tortuga. Apparently, I mean, they've started building their T4 stations, but they have shut them off from public access, kind of, by building a full wall around them, so that only their members who can move the buildings around in town are able to like open the walls and go inside and work on them. Voidy, what about Waystone? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you have the Waystone. Like, imagine this lake is the claim. You can teleport into the Waystone. Maybe they block the Waystone too. I don't know. That would actually be pretty mean. But yeah, like, from what Kaylin describes, there's a smaller inner wall encircling the stations. So it really depends on, you know, where and how they arranged those things. Actually, Kaylin, are you still there perchance? Or did you already teleport back home? If you're there, if you could take some screenshots and post them over in the Kitty Cult Discord, I'd really appreciate it. I'd really want to see how that looks. And I don't know if they will change that. Yeah, but that's the thing. I cannot access the inner channels for Umbilica because they're behind the joining wall. And I want to just keep access to whatever public channels every group has, unless they feel comfortable sharing those channels, because I don't want to commit to being a part of a group. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you could pop that over into the Kitty Cult screenshots, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Seems kind of weird that the moon reflection has almost squared, or actually probably hexagonal edges. Like, I like the effect, but it looks kind of blocky. Maybe it should fade out a little bit more. Yeah, that's another aspect about... I don't really like that some things are RNG and some things are not. The pebbles are RNG, and then that sort of like disrupts the relation between one thing and the other. Because if you turn 4 rocks into 20 pebbles, then that's really good. But a lot of the time it does feel like it's on the lower end of things. I think they probably just make it fixed. A fixed rate. I think we got enough RNG with the rare drops. Let's go and process this ones for now. That way. I also wish we had a bit more control over our UI to sort of move this maybe up here and away. At least we can hide this with tab. But yeah, this really gets in the way of screenshots or clips. I wonder if you can toggle that. No, this is for the top one, which actually I do want to toggle off. Quick climb hint. Yeah. No. And it still shows the experience anyway, even if you don't get the bar. Would probably be nicer to see that over here by the actual experience. Just to keep it more clean. Like, I guess sometimes like it's a perspective thing, like depending on what, I mean a subjective thing, depending on what each person would feel more motivated from, like seeing how much you hit per tick, like visually here, and seeing how much experience you get here per tick. Like for me, it's not something that makes me keep doing it. I'd rather just have a more clean animation and have that information elsewhere, maybe closer to where the bar is. But again, that's probably just personal preference. Just want to be able to have like clean shots of just working on things. All the math going on on the debate between bricks and ingots. I probably also follow this sort of logic. Like whenever I look at a recipe, I look at the minimum possible value, and then that's what I plan with, and then everything else is just extra. the hammering is always so loud. Like, I'm right by my little guy using his knife there, and I can sort of hear someone hammering somewhere far away. And that's probably gonna be either at the like smithing area or over at the mining area. The fact that you can still hear that here over whatever sound effect you might have on your own character is wild. I don't think I had ever paid much attention to the walls. We were over on the tundra ruins yesterday, and I really appreciated all the little detail they've put into the ruins there. And I might actually take a little bit of time before leaving here just to see more of what they've done. I'd like to be able to have like a proper person perspective with a movable camera, that like a free moving camera that you can move further up than this. Like to be able to stand here in front of the bank and just like go on like sort of camera view and just look around you. The world's so pretty. Sometimes I wish we had more ways of clearing up the screen and capturing it. And just looking at things in detail. Maybe they're just, you know, not at the point where they want us to look at things in too much detail. Let's see how we did. Only 17. RNG in action. Let's do some nice scenic shots. So like this would be such a chill way to watch my little guy over there behind the grass fishing. Well, on the forefront we have this other friend fishing around here. I think this kind of ruins it. And the ticks here also kind of ruin it. Like, I could just sit here and chill. Play some nice music. It's a little bit of squeakiness from the fishing rod. Which actually, it would be nice if it was sort of different each time, just like slightly different so it's not repetitive. It's mild enough that it doesn't bother me. They're down fishing. Get these ones there closer. Maybe even this one's there. That's probably too close. Or maybe even just like this. Yeah, that's another sort of like, you see, you have the town in the background. Nice fields. Turn off the claim border. Kill the inventory. Bop your head a little bit. Eat food. Not really for the stamina, but more the action. Speed. I can only say I'll be away. Have a fun time in Bickrest today. Be back in a few hours if you're still streaming. Yeah, I'll probably be on for a few hours. I hope you have a good time throughout your day, and I'll catch you later. Yeah. Gotta love the occasional random tree. Not wanting to click where I wanted to. Sometimes the camera angle is not ideal. Hey there, Malik. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I saw you were cooking earlier. I was actually hanging out right by the, well, fishing station, which is near the kitchen where you were at. How have you been? What are you working on today? I'm doing good. Just fishing and chilling. Had a very active day yesterday, so today is more relaxed. How about you? What were you cooking? Savory deluxe fish bowls. Yep. The fish and bulbs are probably the better types of food, for sure. Let's get rid of that thing. I finally made myself a whole bunch of this yesterday and unlocked the recipe for the locks. So I also got myself quite a few of those. I'm definitely not going to be using them on T1 fish, but yeah, I should be good for food for a while. Malik saying I was able to get some T3 bait made, so going out to get some T3 fish for zesty stuff. Yeah, it's not really that hard, I guess, to get the bait, but that's probably also because I fish a lot of crawdads for the shells, because I've been trying to save shells so that I can have, like, so that I can make fire sand. Just mainly because I sell the bricks to Rumbo, and that's sort of been one of my main sources of income. It's sad that that Rumba will only buy the tier 1 stuff, but who knows? I might have some use for the higher tier fire sand at some point. I like that fishing for the actual fish does not really take too much bait. So if you're doing crawdads just for the fishing, maybe like you can do with 50 crawdads should give you enough bait for quite a few fish, maybe for a full inventory fish. Yeah, the bait use is definitely very efficient. I ended up just leaving tons of bait over in the mistake, the claim that I was hanging out for the last couple of days. Just because, you know, I overfished for crawdads. I didn't need to fish for as many crawdads as I thought I needed to to get the bait, to get the fish. Even making the locks, because this one is well, it is 2 of the fish fillets. Each fish that you catch can give you either 1 or 2 fish fillets. So, like, if you're lucky, you're in a 1-to-1 ratio. If you're not lucky, maybe you're like a, you know, it takes 1.5 of the caught fish for each one of these. And then to make it into the deluxe, you need another one of the roasted fish, the very first step. So it ends up being somewhat fishing intensive. I do like that it only takes 1 mashed bulbs per step, and mashed bulbs are so easy to mass produce. So it doesn't feel like it's too much of a load on resources to get good food. Wish we could make the extra bait. Yeah, that would actually be useful. Like, you can already, if you cook something, turn the cooked food into food waste. It would make sense, like, even if it's just like 1,000 bait turns into 5 fertilizer, that's still like better than tossing it into the ground. Oh, you have done the food waste? I haven't actually experimented with that. I've mainly just been cooking for myself, and I have had excess food at times. Like, I had a lot of extra tier 2 fish and bulbs that I made while I was working on the tier 3 things. And I just, basically I just gave them away to the people over in the mistake, just because I didn't want to carry them around. But yeah, I guess I could have turned them into fertilizer. Although then again, I was working on tier 3 farming, so the tier 2 fertilizer would not have been useful for me. I don't know. You're saying I'm greedy and want the crushed shells too. Yeah. Same here, same here. I was gathering a whole bunch of gypsite earlier, and I think I have enough gypsite for, I think I had like 150, if I remember correctly, and now I want to get, you know, close to what 150 shells. I only have about 80 bricks right now, so that's the amount of bricks that I'm going to be refining. But if I can just make extra fire sand for later, then, you know, it saves me time later. Cashed in a bunch of bricks at my stand. Good, very good. I'm glad it's working out for people. Like, it makes sense. I'm able to pay people a little bit more than Rumba would, and then I just save some time and just turn them into the refined version, and then make my profits there. So people that are just making regular bricks are able to get a little bit extra for their work. And I saved some time. You're cooking today, so no bricks today? Yeah. Everything takes time. Everything takes time. I actually just posted on the feedback section of the Discord Yeah, I mean, it is a win-win. Like the way that I did that trading stand, I'm paying 5 hex coins more than Rumba for the bricks. If anybody wants to buy bricks, then I'm charging 5 hex coin more than what I pay, so I make those 5 as well. And if nobody buys them, then I just do the grind that I do, which is gathering gypsite and crushing shells and making them into fire sand, which, you know, it's also kind of like time intensive and labor, and then make a little bit of extra profit by making the refined. Like, I sell them at 125, so if I paid 30, I'm making just 95 from that, but it's still good. And yes, I was saying I made a post over in the Bitcraft Discord in the feedback section. Well, I have a really long post where I'm just using the same post to just drop down ideas as they come. And there's an element that's been talked about in previous tests as well, which is minigames. I'm guessing they probably do have something in mind for that. It just takes, I guess, more time and effort to implement. Because right now, a lot of the active gathering and crafting is just click on something and wait for the bar to go down. Which is okay, and I don't think they should eliminate that. I think that should be there always, because then you can just play with, you know, just turn off your brain, click on things, let the bars get full, gather the things that you need to gather, and just, you know, sort of like flow along. But it would be nice to have an option to also have a more engaging way to do things, like some sort of minigame that, again, is not a requirement that you engage in it, but if you do, like, I don't know, if there's a button here or somewhere that you say, you know, go, then something happens and you have to, you know, do the minigame. I don't know what kind of minigames they would be. There's a lot of different games that have played with fishing that have interesting mechanics. There's other things that could be done for cooking or for hammering, maybe some sort of rhythm games. But just something that would keep you, I guess, more engaged, more doing something, and you would be rewarded by doing those things, by getting like some sort of speed buff to the action that you're doing. Hey Flux, how are you doing today? Types of fishing, spear fishing, some of them could be more AFK, some are more active. Yeah, exactly. So keep the AFK mechanics, but just add another layer that, for those players that are interested in getting involved with those, they can, you know, work more efficiently. I just realized I was already full. Let me see if I can just rescue those crawdads. How's your day been, Flux? How's everything going on over there? You still doing improvements to the claim? It's 5. It's better than nothing. Might as well just stay and fish. Less active today, work is more busy. That's fair. Yeah, today my plan for the day is also much more relaxed. Flux, you're not now just terraforming some bits slowly and filling up spreadsheets for coloring? Alright. Yeah, spreadsheets. So far I've just been piggybacking off of the ones the goblins use. Like, just using them for reference. But, I haven't wanted to invest time into making my own, like, spreadsheet files. Just because everything keeps getting changed. And, like, if the mechanics still work the same in future tests, then it's just changing the values. But I'm not entirely sure that the mechanics and the relations in between are going to stay the same. So for now, I just piggyback off of other people's sweat, tears, and blood. Melik saying we need a Bitcraft AI bot? Yeah. Oh, Fox, you got the spreadsheet from Umbilica and just improving it? Yeah, exactly. Work smart. Other people have already started working on it, so always a good thing to use as reference at the very least. Flux making it more presentable and easier for people to understand. Fair. Sometimes the first iterations of spreadsheets are a lot more functionally focused than anything else, like just something that gives you the information you need, and sometimes things end up all over the place. It does take some polishing to just make it all more presentable. Hello there, Amir. How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. What have you been up to? I hear Tortuga is closing off their stations to the public. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Making T4 planks, nice. You're saying, yeah, we locked T4 passive stations away. Okay, so just the passive ones? Any particular reason? Is it just to try to avoid other groups using your claims, or is it... Oh, okay, don't want the slots. Does it really, like, is it limited enough that you guys would be locked out of them? If if everyone just flocks in there? 64 slots. Alright, yeah, I guess that could see a bit of an invasion if people wanted to grief from a large enough group. And it takes 1 hour per T4. Yeah, exactly. At higher tiers, I mean, it's still... Each individual can only take up 1 slot. But yeah, and especially because we were talking about this, well, yeah, 10 slots, but like one crafting, like 1 instant. Yeah, it would make sense for higher tier stations to have more than 10 slots instead of having to build multiples of it. Oh, it is 64 slots total? Oh, that's really bad. That is really bad. Then it is not necessarily bad design, but definitely bad balancing. Because Kaylin mentioned this earlier, because I guess they traveled over there and saw that. And what I was thinking is, like, the way they explained, they set up the shared access, like the public access to stations. The idea was to promote everyone being able to go anywhere, and then having the claim owners benefit from other people using their stations. But if, like, from what I understand, the passive income that the stations generate is not really that much. And if there's, that's right, because it's only the experience, then that's even doubly bad. Yeah, so that is just, yeah, I I don't like to say it, but that's bad design. I mean, it is a testing period, so, you know, you design things and sometimes some of them are bad, and you need to rethink things. I think they're on the right track. I think the public access to crafting stations is something that enhances playability and enhances community building and enhances player mobility. But yeah, it is a huge improvement over the last alpha for sure. But you know, as every time you test something new, it's not until you test it that you realize exactly what is required of it. So yeah, hopefully we'll see some balancing in that regard, because it's a bad feel that you have to close off those buildings. Also, destroying buildings give you back all resources. Ooh, that's a super easy way to grief. So you can just, like... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you meant it gives back everything that was in the station. No, that's actually good. It should not give back anything that is in the station. The thing is, destroying buildings is not something that is, or that should be done very often. Destroying and rebuilding. So it shouldn't be a problem to just let people know when you're working towards the next tier up, to let people know they should not leave jobs, inactive jobs in their crafting stations, because eventually, you know, those will be demolished and then they would lose their own things, but that's, you know, on the person. If they are given fair warning, then if they lose things, that's up to them. If it gives you everything that you need to craft the station, then that's something that I guess could be used for griefing if other people, you know, go in there and just fill up the stations and the claim owners just destroy it and rebuild it and just destroy that person's work. Then the end result is that settlement is just going to get a reputation of not being trustworthy, and people are just not going to go and craft in there. So to encourage people from wanting to open up their settlements and drawing people in, which I think is the focus, or should be the focus, there need to be better rewards for the claim owners when other people use their station, not just the experience conversion into hex coins, which maybe even should be boosted from what it is right now, because I from what I understand, they're just not really creating an income that's worth it. Yeah, you only get like 500 to 700 coins per day. Like right now I'm grinding to make refined bricks, and I'm gonna make about 80 probably, because I don't feel like cooking bricks and I've been buying them, so they've sold me 80, so those are what I'm gonna be selling. But a batch of 100 refined bricks will net me like 12,500 hex coins, and I can definitely do that in less than a day. It doesn't make sense that one of the groups that has the most advanced stations is getting like not even a fraction of what I produce, like as a vagrant, pretty much. They really need to up that. Also, because there aren't too many sources to inject hex coins into the player economy. Right now it's basically Roomba, the settlement, passive production, and ruins. Ruins have never yielded a lot, like they did at the beginning of Alpha 2, but that was an experiment. That was not the intended rate of hex coin production, I think. And I guess that's okay. Like, lower ruins shouldn't just make everyone rich right away, but higher tiered players should have more ways to get hex coins or to produce hex coins, and it feels like that should be linked to the claims themselves. I am not pissed. I think it's good that we can't sell higher than tier 1 to the NPCs, because that is just like a baseline, and like it helps us set the base values, but the economy should be something that is more created or dependent on the players. And the hex coin generation mechanic that is dependent on the players is the passive income from the claims, and I think right now it's just too low. There should be a multiplier based on what tier the stations are, so higher tier stations just create more hex coin regardless of what people are making there. Like if you worked like if you did all you need to do, all the work you need to do to get tier 4 stations, you should get a better rate of hex coin production from someone going there and even making buckets. And passive stations definitely need to give money. I'm not sure how they would calculate that, because right now I guess they've been sort of piggybacking off of the experience values, just probably because that was the simplest way to implement it early on. Maybe eventually they'll just track it differently. But yeah, like you need to give settlements a better incentive to make stations available to players, and you also need to, like, yeah, make it give more money. Make your work pay out. Popo Panda also streams, actually. Let me give him a shout out. If you guys haven't checked out his streams, he's also really chill, and right now he's playing a whole bunch of other games besides Bitcraft, a lot of Project Zomboid, because he's working on a challenge there. But yeah, he was also very active in Closed Alpha 2, and you should definitely check him out. That is the wrong account? Oh. Really? Which Popo Panda is this then? Oh yeah, that is the wrong account. I cannot undo the shout out. So that, how does he type his name then? Thanks for pointing that out, Mir. Oh, he uses the underscore. Thank you so much. I'll just copy it off of you. Oh, I need to wait before the next shout out. I mean, maybe if he starts streaming or he is live in about 4 hours, I'll give him a raid. I definitely agree. I feel that Bigrat has improved a lot. The way that the initial loop or the initial part of the game has been improved by just making these things is amazing. You're saying still the solo small group experience needs more work? Yeah, I do think that a lot of the things that they've made have been done with the bigger groups in mind. Right now, as a solo player, I guess the fact that only their tier 1 products can be sold for Hexcoin at Rumba has made Hexcoin scarcity enough so that I've been able to just work on that here and then get access to my tools and other settlements. But I think, I mean, I really don't think trickle-down economics work. But in this case, I think if higher level or more bigger settlements, bigger groups that are at the forefront of progression had access to more Hexcoin, I would have been able to sell things there. I have not really been able to sell things in settlements. I've only been able to buy things from settlements. And while that works for me, because, I mean, what I really want to buy is tools. They're not super expensive, and, you know, I make enough Hex coins this way. If I could sell things... you're planning to start buying all the T1 rare items. I mean, I've got some rare bricks over in my trading stall. In Westtown, I set up a trading stall where I buy and sell the regular bricks, and then I turn those into refined, and then I sell some of the refined bricks to Rumba. I post some of the refined bricks in there, just because I know that they can be turned into the fire sand. So if anybody's working on higher tier fire sand, they need the tier 1, and it's probably easy enough to just buy the refined bricks at tier 1 and just get the sand and, you know, do whatever it is that you want with it. No. I've been full for a bit. Oh, and I have a queue of things in there. Alright, time to get to crafting instead of fishing. I should actually deploy my cart, because when I grab that, I'll put it over here so it's not in anybody's way. When I pull this, because my inventory is full, it'll just go over to the cart naturally. You need 100 plus of rare items. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey! Oh no, it's not the same. There's someone in Tortuga that has an H and a W in their name, but it's a different name. We're saying also, which of the starter zones purple border is broken? I don't know. I didn't notice that there's any borders that are broken. I think the claim borders sometimes show and sometimes don't. Those are still kind of buggy. I know that Flux was having some issues with that when they were organizing their claim, because he was like expanding claim tiles, and then at some point the claim borders would just disappear. So I think it's just that the claim borders are kind of broken sometimes. I'm gonna need more food. Let me drop this here. What do you mean it's too far? I'm right next to it. Let's see if nobody's grabbed my crawdads here. Oh, they probably already disappeared. Grab a bit of food. There we go. And I like to, oh, see? This is why carts... Leaving your cart right in front of the station is ugly. Oh, okay, there we go. He took it away. I really like the cooking station, so... I tend to look at prettier things when I'm working, instead of just myself. During the day, the tree that they posted, that they placed right here, gives a nice little shade to this area. So it enhances, I guess, the fire and the embers coming up. I wish I could do away with this progression bar. Yes, I did hear about that from... I think it was from Nini over in Umbilica, that the recipe was broken. Yep. I also saw a post, I think over in, yeah, it was on the Pirate Software Discord, that a tier 4 ring was giving, instead of plus 6.7%, it read like plus 0.0067% or something like that. You spend like 150 tier 3 ingots to make the buildings. Oh, so that's what it was. Yeah, she mentioned something about needing ingots instead of nails. So like each ingot is 5 nails. If it was 150 nails, that would have been 30 ingots, but you had to do 150 of them instead. Oh, the pain. No wonder people were kind of reluctant to sell tier 3 weapons to me. I mean, for the right price, we will give you T4 stuff. Oh, and I will definitely go there for T4 stuff. Probably not in the far future. Like right now, I have this one and this one. Well, this one not really. This one I can still do with the tier 3, but that one I might want a tier 4 just so that I can get T5 things down. I need to work on my forestry and my mining. Fishing, I mean, I use the fish for cooking and farming, so right now I'm perfectly happy with the tier 3 stuff. But I guess at some point I will do that too, just because I already have the levels. I would wait until we are closer to T5. Yeah, exactly. Like right now, this is enough to gather anything tier 4, and I even need the levels for forestry to gather the tier 4. And I haven't even bothered upgrading my skills, like the actual crafting skill things above 2, because most people just have tier 3 stations, so this is good enough. Yeah, the crafting, you need people to have the stations for the crafting to be worth it. I'll be back in a second, gotta get some water. Alright, I'm back. Mir saying we just do the higher tier stuff since we like the 2 more tool power. I mean, yeah, if you can afford it, there's no point not to. Although, I think it's the rings right now might be worth working towards, like if they do give the proper bonus. Like if you are able to get the higher tier, the highest tier clothing, for example, that's also one thing that I think would be important for the percentage increases as well. Like every little thing adds up. Oh, 31. That was good. Malik plus we are gamers, so we must min-max our characters. Yeah. I probably talk a lot more about efficiency than I actually work efficiently. Hey there, Phoenix, how are you doing today? Phoenix there, Finsternitz. Is that Snow Phoenix in-game? Or is it a different Phoenix? Or maybe it's Phoenix Snow? Or Snow Phoenix, I can't remember right now. In-game, I have a completely different name. Oh! Alright, well, good to know that you are in-game, and glad to have you around. And I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. Malik saying efficiency is important, it helps us get the best value of our time. It depends on what you value. Like, I value making mistakes and feeling silly a lot too, sometimes. And then other times I value like just getting the feeling that I did things in the most optimal way. So yeah, but I do agree that it is enjoyable. Mirror saying I'm totally not optimizing my time. T2 gear, T1 ring, T3 tools. Yeah. Like even more so considering like I went and bought tier 3 armor from you guys. You should have tier 3 armor too. The ring I can understand because I'm not a big fan of the RNG mechanics from the pebbles. But it's, I guess, still better than only having the geodes as a source. And I'll go do that later and level up my mining and masonry. So I guess, you know, it has that going for it. Like if you want to talk inefficiency, I was working with the basic armor and the flint tools, from which I still have the saw. But I had like all flint tools and like the starter clothes, not even like the cloth leather, nothing. And I got like my foraging, forestry, mining, masonry above 30 without even trying to touch anything else because I didn't want to do smithing. I ended up getting this 19 levels in smithing just because I wanted to buy firelight tools, but I couldn't find anyone to buy firelight tools from in the starter towns. There were no waystones anywhere at that point, and yeah, just ended up making things myself. At least give yourself a better sword. No, I don't need a better sword. I don't want to hurt anyone, so I don't need a better sword. Fluff pups are friends. Hey, Popo Panda sneaking on stream. Mir still has 2 flint tools. Alright, you one-upped me there. I only have 1 flint still. To be fair, I could have just not made firelight, hunting, leatherworking, scholar, or tailoring tools. I'd still be perfectly happy with flint, because as you can see, those are skills that I'm not really touching. You never touched cooking? Yeah, as a part of a group that's easier. Or if there were more people selling food, that'd be easier too. But for me, I ended up like I only started working on these three recently-ish. Like I would do fishing for the shells, but then the cooking and the farming, I just felt like, you know, if I'm fishing, I might as well get some bulbs and make this. So I ended up adding 3 more skills to what I do. So I kind of have 2 types of playing loops. I have gathering, like just get anything from anywhere. I have make bricks, and then I have this combination of fishing, farming, cooking for sustenance. Phoenix saying after 4 days I'm still running around with T1 everything and instead of working on T2 I'm working on getting beginner's codex. I mean, that's alright. T1 tools are not that bad, although the jump between T1 and Firelight will give you a lot more tool power. I think that goes from 10 to 15 if I remember correctly. I think that is one of the biggest steps. Mir saying your own settlement is not worth it unless you have a 10 plus player group. It depends, Mir. It depends on what you want to do with a settlement. I eventually want to make a settlement for myself just so that I can build my own niche, my own place in the world and have it look like I want it to. And I'm not really interested in leveling it up the tiers, so it's just something that I'll want to have at some point. And yeah, I'll probably level it to 3s just so that I can have the practicality of the waystone. But yeah, you know, you can always just have a nice little home out in the wilderness. But if the goal is to actually have a settlement and work forward, it is a lot of work, unless you're, you know, a fairly large group. A smaller group could still do that, it's just slower progression. And I know a couple of groups that are doing that. There's this other streamer, Jamaican Jazz, I think it's just 2 people that are working on their settlement, and it's just kind of like their own project. They go at their own speed, they don't really care about, you know, growing super fast. They're just, you know, going through the steps one at a time and having fun. It's one of the cool things about Bigcraft. There's many approaches to enjoying it. Phoenix saying I would love my own settlement, but with 2 games releasing in the next 2 days, I don't think I will get to that point. I mean, there's still a few more weeks on the test, like over a month probably. So don't lose heart, you might be able to do that. We're saying I'm only not sure if the gameplay loop is good enough to tier 7 plus. I mean, yeah, as it is right now, it's kind of like one track if you're doing the settlement route, which is kind of what I think they've been working on most. And in a way, it makes sense. Like, I think the player progression skeleton is already there. It needs more horizontal gameplay, yes. Actually, I will leave this here because I'm going to teleport back when I have about 100 shells. They can definitely add more horizontal gameplay, but right now, they also need to work on the settlement loop being better and promoting, like, having the separation between the player level and the settlement level, having the public access to stations, and having this beginning ruined ancient city areas helps that. They still need to do a lot of tweaking. They need to make more incentives for settlements, you know, to grow in a way that they are accepting other people and not only dependent on their own people. You're saying between settlement and player. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, I'm not sure an in-between level. I'm not sure what you would mean in terms of an in-between level. But there definitely needs to be a bit more separation still. Malik saying they should let the players set the usage fee for the stations. I guess that would be one way, but it shouldn't be a fee. That's the thing. I think from what they are envisioning, it shouldn't be something that costs the traveler, like traveling players like myself. It shouldn't really cost to have access to them, because that would just decentivize their use and revert to everyone just makes their own thing. I think having the public access, if they, you know, fix it so it's more worth it for settlements, because right now, like Mir was saying, their passive stations have very limited storage. I mean, not storage, but production slots. And if they allow everyone in, then they're going to be locked out of their own stations, and that's, you know, it shouldn't be that way, but that's just a balancing element. But if people are starting to, like, if I was going around the world and I needed to pay to use a station to do things, and I don't have the guarantee that whatever it is that I craft there, I'll be able to sell, then I don't have the motivation to go there and use their stations. So the way it is right now, which is, it's a it gives a passive income that nobody is paying. Like, I'm not paying anything. The claim owners, I mean, they built the thing, so I guess they did invest something in there. But it's just hex coins being generated by the system and placed into circulation. I think that is necessary. It needs to be a source of hex coins into circulation. It shouldn't be another sink. Well, not really sink, because it would go to another player, but yeah, it feels like it needs to do what it's doing right now, just do it better. We're saying, I mean, usage fee would work for us since we are the first with T4 stations. But, like, I see what you're saying, but wouldn't it just be better if higher tier stations have a higher multiplier for your passive income, and being the first one just draws more people there to begin with? And then they definitely should fix the amount of space available. Just because, you know, it's not worth it to get locked out of your own stations. Unless it is. Unless you're making enough off of them that you can afford then making more. Or that you can afford not having access to the crafting stations because, you know, you're getting a bigger passive income from them. And you can work on other things in the meantime. Like, you can work on gathering while other people are using them for crafting, and then once everybody's sort of done with them, you can either build more and use them yourself, or I don't know. It just feels like it would be better to have more access to them. like to add more slots. Do the slots increase based on which tier they are? I don't think they do they? Let's see, for example... Let's go with this thing. Oh, I only have the tier 2 recipes. Because I'm a noob. Yeah. Oh, okay, this one I do have... I can see the tier 3 and the tier 4. Oh, but that's the active station. Yeah, I haven't really been touching a lot of things, so I don't have that. But yeah, apparently Mir's saying they do not. That's a mistake. That's a mistake, and it should be easily corrected. Because if passive crafts take longer, and you're expecting that higher stations will see more players go through it, or even if it's the same players, it just takes more time. Which means the slots are going to be occupied for longer, which means you need more slots. That should be a fairly simple fix. Because also, like, a tier 4 station is not limited to only be used, like, it's not only going to be used by people that have tier 4 of that crafting skill. It also is available and would be used by people with tier 3, tier 2, and tier 1. So it's a higher load or a higher demand on that station. Malik saying, how about this? Stations set to public generate a small passive income. Give the claim owners the ability to set the stations to private and charge a fee for usage. Yeah, that would be a good way to do it. I think in a way you can do that. Like, you could have some of the stations inside of a building if you're already making buildings, and then the access to the building is limited, as far as I understand it, to the people that belong to the claim. But if you could have those out in the open and set a fee for them, then people would decide if it's worth it for them or not. That's not a bad idea at all. I like it. It also, I guess, allows the claim owners to play around with the amount of passive income that they would get. If it's not enough to justify it, they could say, well, but if it was just a few hex coins more, then I wouldn't mind having that for public access, and then that difference is what you set up for a fee. Because if you go too high, then people are not gonna go. And then yeah, you just have those out there wasting space. It does feel like it should be, like, I always think about our mechanics based on punishing behaviors or rewarding behaviors, and I always lean towards preferring mechanics that reward behaviors. So I guess it depends on what kind of behavior the developers want to see from settlement owners. Do they want settlement owners to make really big towns where they have multiples of each station? Then the current system works, but they probably need to work out the building requirements to make more buildings. Because if the buildings were cheaper to make and you could have a larger town, then you would make multiples. That wouldn't be a problem. if their goal is to just, you know, promote claim owners to just have more people go to their claims, and they don't want the claims to be too big, then the stations need to have more space. Hello again, Kaylin. We're saying issue is Albion Online has the fee model. They have specific groups that claim all the buildings in town and set the price to the highest possible. But that's the thing. That would not be possible here, Mir. Because you would have competing claims, competing settlements. Like you could have, I don't know, 10 or more settlements in the tundra. And yeah, I guess every single one of them could agree to overcharge. And then, you know, it becomes a hellish landscape. But I guess it might be worth at least playing around with the idea. We're saying wrong for T5 plus settlements. That could happen. For T5? What do you mean? That what could happen? Like if some of the three big groups did what? Like the overpricing? But then one, like the other two big groups could just set it for a little bit cheaper, and then players would go to that one, and then the other ones would, you know, go a little bit cheaper maybe, and then the players would go to that one. It would need to be like they would need to organize to bump up prices, which could happen, which would definitely is a possibility that it could happen. They can't because you can't teleport with cargo. No, but you don't want to. You never want to be in a position where you need to teleport for with cargo. I think that only really happens when you're bringing cargo items for a specific purpose, for building or for supplies. For everything else, like pretty much all that you do fits in your inventory. So the only players that would be sort of occupied by like the situation between carrying cargo from one place to another would occupy their minds. These players bringing things to their claim to build or supplies. And maybe they should also, I guess, change the way that the teleporting is right now. Right now it's too open up, it's too easy. We're saying, let's say there's one T5 base in the desert. Yeah, if it's just one, it's a monopoly and they can set whatever prices, and they would probably be, you know, setting pretty high prices. Sorry, I was getting a message. Malik saying, I guess we'll have to see how adversarial the Empire system becomes between the higher level guilds. The Empire system should not affect in-game economics. If it does, then it's due to a design flaw, because it should be just a cosmetic thing. If it affects the gameplay, then then something needs to be fixed. We're saying, since we will only have X big groups, yeah, it probably could happen that the big groups just agree to set high prices. In that regard, yeah, maybe it is important that they don't have a say in charging for the stations. We're saying, no, I mean, we only have 3 big groups this alpha. Yeah, I think I understood that. I'm not sure what else you mean. The settlement they upgrade? is more than 2 hours apart. Okay. So everyone is a monopoly. Yeah, I mean, if the waystones work in a different way later on, like on full release, I don't see them working like they do now. I think right now it's just a convenience tool for us to sort of get past some of the logistic problems that have been a problem so far. So if they change that, yeah, it is a temporary fix. It makes sense. Like, I think they should, like, waystones are nice and interesting. It'd be nice to have them be short range or cost hex coins or another resource if they implement them, like, for full release, because it does allow people from to move easier from one place to another. But I guess, yeah, if I had a say, I would just kill it completely. I prefer forcing players to, you know, explore the world. So hopefully that's what they're doing. If that's what they're doing, then yeah, then the monopolies will happen, because even if you have 5 claims in the tundra, they're gonna be so far apart that it's a chore to get from one to the other and try to see which one might be best, or, you know, yeah, at that point then that could really get out of hand. You're saying, I like the alpha a lot, but I still see a lot of game killing flaws, but that is normal. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is still early alpha, really. It's only the 3rd test, and there's already been big changes in between tests. Like between 1 and 2, it felt mostly similar, but the addition of the rare, like the way they changed the progression with the codexes and the rare items, was a little bit of an adjustment, but I can see that it, like, I like it. I like the change, and then from 2 to 3 it's just massive. They're still not completely separated and defined, but the claim layer and the player one are getting more distinctive, more separated, more independent. Players that are wanting to get deep into the settlement gameplay are having, you know, different challenges. It's been more difficult to set up the first claim. It feels like it's not necessarily been more difficult to progress, actually, and the waystones are making it even less difficult. The biggest issue have been things like the bug with the timber. uh, so I think in that regard, it's still not really changing that much. Yeah, the jackals are also being kind of like an obstacle. Yeah. I mean, the jackals, I guess it's probably just because of the way that I have been playing, but I haven't really seen them be a big problem. They were a huge problem when I was helping Wardux and Visker set up their claim here. Like at early levels, like just the fact that the first time you step into a different biome, it's plagued with monsters was not a good feel, that's for sure. But since then, like working around in this area, working around in this area, or even around around Tortuga here, it doesn't feel like I have to fight them. I have ways to just go around them and avoid them. Sneeze, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? They are huge time sink when maining a hunter. Yeah, the hunting, yeah, I can definitely see that. Like, if you're chasing an animal through the woods, you have much less control over where it goes. And that probably means running into a lot more jackals. Mir saying the area around the starter zone is the worst since they can't move around. Yeah, so I've heard. It's been a while since I have been in the forest around the starting areas, but I hear that they're pretty much a fairly big issue around here. I do think we need, as players, we need more tools to deal with the adversity without going into the Slayer loop. Sneeze saying, but they give lots of coins, so I'm love-hate relationship with the jackals. I mean, yeah, you do get the hairs that now they stack in the inventory. The first few days, like each hair was one slot in your inventory, so that was kind of a waste of resources. But I mean, right now, you could probably make decent money if you have good equipment and just go out hunting jackals. No, I'm full. Oh, there's quite a few in there. Let me just pop this in. This is not a door. Why are you walking that way? And let me go back for that. Might as well fish a little bit more. We're saying that also Starbucks is crazy again this alpha. Why? What's she doing? Level 40 plus in all the primary professions? Whoa. Yeah, that sounds about right. Is Briz also going hard at it, or just Starbucks this time? Because Briz at the end of the last alpha was just doing everything. Briz has 3 at level 50. Alright, that's actually less than I expected. I mean, it's not that it's not an accomplishment, but I expected him to be further away from me, and I also have 3 at level 50. Oh, he did not place... what? Not for the first week? It's only been 1 week. What do you mean? Did he start playing yesterday and he's already 3 level 50s? Or do you mean like he didn't play like... Oh really? He started 2 to 3 days ago. Okay, and that's hardcore grinding. I'm guessing he has 3 level 50s, but that's the only skills that he has. Because then I could definitely see that. Like if I had just started doing only fishing, farming, cooking, I would probably have taken 3 days or so to get to 50 on all of them. Maybe even less. Those 3 are pretty good complements. Sneeze saying he also hunt for a bit until 20 plus near to a prime. Alright. Definitely got clone. Yeah. Yeah, it almost feels sometimes that Briz is just on 24/7. Yeah, same with Star, really. Mir saying, when I go offline, she's still online. When I come back, she's already there. Yeah, she probably only sleeps like 1 hour a day. Boost charging. I wonder if at this point some people might have started to place shells and that kind of thing on sale. Let's see, high traveler offers. Not sure the... Oh, did I crash? No, I didn't, just lagging. I'm not sure the trade finder is fully operational. Okay. Oh. Apparently some are. That's interesting. At 15... At 10... At 10... At 25... At 25... Well, those are not really bad prices. At 10... Oh, I might buy some of these from you, Malik. And they're asking for 400. Yeah, that's probably pricey. Watch out for the mallet guy. I know, you gotta be careful. Let's see if I can find some of the stands that I saw. I think this was one of them. Yep. Let's get those 3. Whereabouts is your stand, Malik? Down by the kiln. Oh, down by the kiln. See, I would never have expected to look for shells around here. Huh. Oh, I wonder, is yours on Western Town or on Eastern Town? Hey Cooler, welcome to the stream. Ask anything. I have a question. How many coins you've ground so far? I don't have an exact number, but probably close to 40,000. Probably close to 40,000. Okay, so West Town, Kiln, oh, there you are. Cross shells. All of them. Thank you very much, Malik. That saved me some time. Now, I need to wait until my cooldown cools down. So, I might as well fish for a little bit. Malik, you can craft out of your trader stand, so I keep it there. Yeah, that's sort of the same place I had my storage before. So yeah, I like that it's in between the kiln, the masonry station, and the mining station. Cooler saying crush the shells. We don't need to anymore. Oh, they were tier 2 shells. You were definitely selling them too cheap, Malik. These ones are worth a lot more. I thought they were tier 1. Yeah, you could definitely be selling the tier 2 for quite a bit more. Can I filter by here? Or do I need to search for the exact name to do that? Let's see, open my inventory. These are called crushed rough shells, and these are simple shells. So let's search for rough shells. This one's buying them for 30. They really want them shells. See, I could see maybe up to 20, 25 being a good price. Alright. Unibu for 15. I would be willing to pay 15. Oh, and that's in Eastern, so I'm gonna have to wait. And then on Southern. What do you mean, like the 30? I mean, yeah, if you sell them for 30, I don't know. It kind of feels like this person might have found a bug or something. Because look at how many it says are there. Is this in Western? Yeah, it's in Western. There's no real way for me to know exactly where they are, which is a pain. I wish, you know, this shows Western Drawing Town if I click here, and it shows on the map where Western Drawing Town is. But I wish I had like this thing next to each one of the trader stands so I could see where they are. But I'm just gonna fish while my cooldown goes down and then head back to east. Because I also have a bunch of fish in the fishing station over there. Also, I'm not sure if many of you know this, but if you see, like if you're in the starter areas and you still don't have a raft or your boat is parked somewhere else. So if this is being collected here, I'm gonna just drop this poor guy in the water. But yeah, you can board other rafts as passenger. Oh, that was probably mean of me. I did not realize that they were hanging out in my raft. I mean, I was going to collect it when I finished fishing anyway. But yeah, you can board other vehicles as a passenger. You cannot move it around, so you depend on the things being close to it. But yeah. Yeah, Cooler, I know I was so rude. But they have a raft too. You know, I'm gonna give them a chance for payback. I'm gonna board them now. Did I disappear? I disappeared. Oh. Disappeared is not really the word for it. Well, he can't see me, I guess. Although not necessarily. This is probably on my client. and not on the world server. Yep, I'm in the depths of the underworld. And fishing for the dark crawdads. Phoenix, yeah, on my screen, you're still on my raft. Oh, that is you? I am so sorry I kicked you off my raft. I did not intend that. I just hadn't... I didn't notice that you were standing on my raft. I just wanted to... I thought actually you were on this raft. Hey, I still reach those crawdads. Yeah, these kind of visual bugs tend to be client side, not server side. Alright, 2 more minutes. 1 minute 35 seconds. Oh, somebody is making bricks and selling them to me. Very nice, very nice. I know because they are saying it's 35 per brick. Where's that? It should be 30, shouldn't it? I'll look at my stand. I hope I'm not buying them for 35 and selling them for 30. That would be silly. Oh no, they were probably setting up a trade. I don't know. I think I have it set it up properly. Let's have a look. Can I walk? Oh, I need to disembark first. Disembark. There we go. Let's see. That's my stand, right? Yes, I am buying them for 30. So if that person sold theirs for 35... No, they might have been confused. They might have thought they were selling for 35. But if they sold it to me, and I think they did, because now I have 175, it means that they sold them for 30. Right? I buy them at 30, I sell them at 35. Yeah. It is the right way. Let me... drop these shells here because those are not the ones that I am using right now. And I need to go over to the eastern town to process the fish that I still have in the station there. And how much money do I have on me? Okay, I still have some. Because I remember someone was selling for 15 and I would be interested in that trade as well. So rough shells. Give it a little time to think. Yes. Unibu. I am looking for Unibu. Nope. back here. No. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Uniboo. Can I afford a loan? Probably. There we go. And now to crafting. No, not the stand. Oh, Brad was selling them too? Ah, at 25. Yeah, 25, I mean, I could... Oh, these are tier 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, he has 2 at 15 of the tier 1s. I'll get those. What about you? No. What about you? Nope. Kelly say nice, lots of shells. Yes. Alright, let's get to that craft now. Yeah, now I have more shells than well, I will have more shells than gypsum. I don't know that gypsite is gonna be on sale though. Yeah, let me specify. Rough gypsite. 30, 20, 30. Oh no, berries. How do you get plain cooked berries from searching rough gypsite? Is it just because it's on their same stand? Cooler saying, are you trying to rig the shell market? No, I'm trying to make refined bricks to sell for money. Yeah, see, 50, it's pretty steep. 7 is much too cheap, so it makes sense that those have gone away. Then there's that one that it just looks like they might have found a duplicating bug or something, because there's no way someone can have grinded that many gypsite, right? That's called Law DPP. Kelly saying they just buy that gypsite. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if I can find their stall. Like if he has a lot of weird stuff going on, then I'm assuming that they might have found some sort of duplicating bug. I know that the Russian guild, I can't remember what they're called, the chill place I think they were called on the last test. I know that they found a duplicating bug, and that had to do with cargo. There was a way that cargo was duplicating, so they just got a whole bunch of the cargo sacks of coins from Rumba, and now they just have like billions of hex coins. Nano RAM, Apple Track, Lack of Sky. No, I don't think I can see that, guys. Stand. Yes, cooler. Billion. With a B. Because I guess when they found the bug, they just like went at it, and they're not a super huge group, but they have a few players, and if you're just like making tons and tons of the... No, I don't see where the stand might be. The thing is, what they were doing is they were duplicating... No, not noodles. I'm not interested in noodles, I'm interested in this guy. The sacks of hex coins. They were doing it with, like, they started probably with these ones and then they did with that one. So if you're duplicating or multiplying really these things, that gets out of hand really quickly. So yeah, I mean, if you if any of you want free Hexcoin, you can probably go over there and ask them for coins, and I imagine they would probably just give you coins. They definitely have more than they would know what to do with. I might actually add a purchase order for shells on my market stall, because I think I am willing to just buy almost as many as people might sell at 15. And that way I just focus on gathering gypsite, which is very time consuming. I wish I could toggle name tags, or that they wouldn't show behind buildings. Just for cleaner shots. Okay, first batch is almost done. Let's see how many shells we get from that one. 20, no, actually 34, not bad. Not bad at all. And the last one. I really like the cooking station, in case no one's noticed. I actually think I will leave that job for later, because with these shells I can now work pretty much all of the gypsite that I need to work, right? Yes, so let's head back here and let's go to the bank. Because that is not the end of the crafting that is involved in the Hexcoin grind. You grab, oh yeah, I forgot that this one doesn't stack so high. Oh, okay, so I could fit all of it anyway. That's good. No, I do not want to open that. How can I see the station through the wall? Huh. Interesting. Because that was the station, right? I don't know. I'll write down the timestamp so that I can report that to the devs. So 3 hours, 40 minutes or so. There we go. What? 30? What? Oh, I should have looked at how much effort that was gonna be. That's gonna take a while. I would have probably just done 100 now. I did that to myself. Yes, Malik, that's a lot of fire sand. I mean, it means that it's work that I will have done now that I won't do later. And I did aim for today to be a slow day. So in that regard, it is, you know, filling its purpose. But yeah, that's a lot of effort. Oh, do I have the right Item on? Yes. Actually, I don't have the right clothes. So let me actually do the thing. Yes, I want to use that. I want to use that. I want to use that. And the gloves. Okay. Malik saying it's a cloudy, rainy day here, so cozy is always good. Yeah, cozy is... It can never be a bad time for cozy. And I'm going to put back this food and bring in the big guns. Because this food gives me a plus 4% boost, but this one gives me a plus 8% boost. So, just to try to see what the difference would be. So this is what I was doing right now. And the time it shows like at 1.5%. And the crafting speed, it says plus 0. That is not optimal. If I do that, that is optimal. And this is now down to 1.2 seconds per tick. Probably is 1.25 maybe, but yeah. For this kind of job, it makes sense to go through the effort of doing things right. Yeah, I'll just leave that clothes, the clothes there, because probably once I'm done cooking, I gotta make the bricks themselves. I can probably make smaller batches so as to not get another, 36,000 effort task. And once I've made enough to get the money rolling onto the on my trading stall again, then I'll probably change things up a bit. I'll decide what to do when the time comes. I know, let me get a little bit more of the campfire effect in here from my music stream. There you go. Now it sounds like we're cooking. Hey, voxels around. Let's give him a little fish. People are saying being an ancient ruined city be like. So much banging? Yeah. That is why. Sound effects. If I had it at max, it's just hammers in the background. So I just bring it nice and low. Maybe too low here. Although, I guess right now, I'm not really doing anything where I need sound effects. But yes, they really need to, I guess, reduce or increase the rate at which the hammering fades out. Because I can hear the hammering that's happening on the opposite side of the starter town. That's too far away for me to still be able to hear it. And Claire saying they need to change the sound of Smithy to a metal clink instead of what sounds like wooden mallet on stone. Yeah, like there's a lot of things that I know that they are going to change, like the animations for each station. Right now there's a few stations that look like they have the same animation, it's just a different station, and probably the same thing with sound effects. Like right now it's just so that it looks like your little dude is doing something, and so that it sounds like your dude is doing something. But I'm pretty sure that they're going to make more differentiating animations and sound effects for different things, for sure. It should be like there's different sounds also for like chopping fish. You know, a knife on a board is different from a hammer or a chisel, I guess it would be the tool on the rock, or like a hammer on metal. Well, they added a lot more sounds to games since last alpha, especially for interface. Yeah, they're slowly working on that. They clearly have probably at least one person sort of like in terms of sound design, and you know, if that's all they do, then there will be changes from one test to the next. It's just slow progress. haven't actually ever had that bug that they were talking about, the torso being stretched out, but I have seen a lot of pictures of it. Oh, someone's left something here. Oh, those things. I don't want those things. I think. Yeah, I think I already have all of the tier 1 recipes. Hello Kuna, how are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Cooler saying it happened to me when I tried to place a road while in a cart. Interesting. I'll definitely try that at some point. So like while you were dragging the cart, you opened this, went to paving and tried to place a pavement and it did that? That's kind of weird. Someone is saying, I think you can cause it by trying to deploy something while still attached to the cart. Okay, so it looks like it is linked to the cart in a way. There's a lot of interesting visual glitches with the cart. There's also the one where if you run into an elevation change, it basically like tilts and it looks like you're breaking your back. I always love that one. Nicola saying I've been chopping same lavender flower for the last 5 minutes. Do you have a very... Oh, is it server lag? So I was gonna say, do you have like a very basic tool? They don't usually last that long. I know that they handed out a new batch of keys. So I imagine there's probably a large influx of new players. It doesn't look that bad actually, compared with what it looked like when the server launched. I think there were more people here, but I guess you also have to take into account everyone else that's sort of gone to different places in the world and set up different claims. So maybe it's just that they are like overpopulating the server to keep figuring out stability issues, because their goal is to have a lot of players simultaneously in the world. It doesn't help them if like they know that they can have 400 people, but they only give away so many keys that there's maybe a maximum of 300 at peak times. They really need to push it. Color just another flower respawn next to me. Yeah, when I was digging for mod earlier today before going live to get gypsite, the mod was respawning almost right away after I was digging it, so I think it's probably that there's a lot of players in the starting areas gathering the tier 1 things. And you got disconnected. At least it's a very quick relog. Doesn't tend to take too much time. I like that they have made it possible for us to hide the quests, but it feels like they keep opening. I'm not sure if it's when I interact with stations, or maybe when I travel, or maybe after a certain amount of time. The text just keeps popping up. I'll probably rewatch the VOD later and try to figure out when it was popping back up. Could have been the teleporting, that would make sense. People are saying a lot back in. The battle with the flower continues. Yep. You leveling your scholar? It's still going slow. Yeah, at this point, like, it might be worth just walking further away from town a little bit, considering you can always teleport back in. You're in the eastern? I think I'm in the... No, I'm in the western? Yeah, I'm in the western right now. But yeah, I think like you could probably sort of like walk further away. If there's less players around you, maybe it'll be better. The only thing I could think of. Other than that is probably just going to be they are bringing, like they gave out a lot more keys to try to fill the servers, and the servers are getting full. I say it's a good thing if it means that they improve the stability, and then you know, further parts of the test can be enjoyed by even more people. Alright, we're well past the midway marker of this fire sand job. The food and the clothing have been doing their jobs. I think I've used 2 of these. So each one gives me a 10-minute buff. We're probably talking over half an hour for this crafting job. It is, for me, one of the aspects of Bigcraft that I enjoy though. Like sometimes I just want to turn my brain off look at the little clouds, you know, look at the grass animation, and just relax. Phoenix saying only at 114 ink so far. Only? I mean, 114 ink is a lot. Because you used... How many was the recipe for the... So you get this, and then you mix it with that to make the ink. And then you use the crusts and the... Also, so that's 2 for one of those. And you need 50 of those, right? Like unit 50 of the beginner study journal, because it's 5 for each of the material types. Yeah, that's a lot of ink. Although, if it's 50, wouldn't 100 ink be enough? I haven't done Scholar these tests, so my math is possibly wrong. Unless you mean pigment. No. No, I don't want it to get the use. Oh yes, you obtain that from here. No, but the pigment is 1-to-1. Yeah, I haven't really gone into Scholar this test, so I don't really know how it feels. So how would you say, Phoenix, that Scholar has felt so far? Do you feel like there's parts of it that are more tedious or more time consuming, or do you think it's nice? Is there anything that you would like to see be different? See, it opened up again. I did not notice when the quests thing opened up again. Maybe when I open the map. Ah, maybe when I open the map. I can report that. Sneeze saying maybe it opens when you level up. Notice your X bar is empty. Yeah, no, I did level up, but I think it's when I open the map, it is opening. Like I close it, and if I go to map, when I come back, it's open. It's possible that there are other things that make it open up, but this is the one that I can certainly and with full confidence say it's doing it. So I'll just write a quick report over on their Discord. Phoenix saying, why did I need 200? Why did I think I need 200 ink? Somewhere yesterday or today, my brain seems to have had an error. You know, that is honestly the way Bitcraft works. You have more for later, which you will need. Make no mistake about it. And you can never have too many tier 1 stuff because that will always be necessary later on. But at least for me, it's a common occurrence that I think about what I want to do, I plan for what I want to do, I make the math, I make calculations, you know, I set it all up, and there's always something that I forgot or I missed or that I was wrong, and ends up being maybe not completely different, but yeah, different. Well, what even then? I have more for later. Oh, yeah, no, that's the last message you sent. Yes. Just save it up, save it up. Sneeze saying, mine did that too. It happens when I open and close the map. Ah, thank you for confirming, Gambit. I'll mention that on the feedback as well. Alright, posted. Cooler saying, anyone wrote a report on the cart having wheels spinning the wrong way? I don't think so. I have never noticed. Let me make a quick search. No, nobody's talked about wheels. Have you found that happen? And have you, you know, found a way that in which it happens, or is it just something that you have noticed that sometimes? We're saying the starting card has it. Oh, okay. I did not have the starting card for too long. I got the improved one as quickly as I could. Sneeze saying mine spin the correct way, but it's an improved card, not the basic one. Ah, okay. Yeah, if it's on the basic one, I just never really noticed it. I didn't have it for long. Oh, they dropped me a recipe. I probably have it, but I will have a look and... Clore saying maybe you can see someone with a basic card in the town and watch the wheels spin to see. I could probably also just make one of the cards because a lot of the cards are just parked. Let's see, what does it take? Because I think it was like dirt cheap. 2 planks and 1 rope. Alright, for science. Alright, I see my victims here. Oh, I actually left my other cart over there, so I need to recover it first. There we go. Drop it down. And we need a little bit of this. Let me switch to my gathering clothes. Oh, no, I don't want to place that on the cart. I want to equip it. Wow, this bush isn't really giving me anything. There we go. 1. Oh, and right away apparently we got 2 more. That's enough. And now some wood. I don't know if they've lowered the drop rate on these things, or if it's a lag related issue. It could be a lag related issue. Like I think Voxel was talking about that yesterday over at the mistake claim, saying that the effort part of the tracking of the effort was client side, but then from the client I guess you need to request from this, like tell the server this is happening, and then the server would respond with the solution to the query, they call them reducers. And maybe if it's laggy, we're not getting enough answers for the inputs that we're giving. If that's the case, then that's really bad. Because I remember one tree would give you at least 10 somewhat easily. I think, at least. Phoenix saying, oh, and about your question, I hate everything except mining and smithing. I just do the other stuff because I play solo. Alright, that's fair. You sometimes end up getting used to some of the jobs, but if it's not the ones that you really want to play, then it does make sense that you don't enjoy them as much. Script, how do you view the stats? Oh, there's a few functions that you got on the F keys. The F2, for example, if you have your map open, shows you a grid, just a very basic grid. F3 also shows you a grid, but the F3 grid is actually visible on the ground. F4 shows you this tile location, like it shows you where your pointer is and which tile you're looking at. And then F5 shows you just like the ping, I guess, the latency for the reducers, and like I'm not too familiar with the terms that they use because those are like space-time DB language, but I think the reducer is every time you do a query, I think they call it a reducer in space-time DB. I'm not too technical, so I don't really know, other than if I look at this, I can see if it's laggy or not. It gives me an idea of how laggy things might be. The one that I use a lot is the F2, just because it gives me a clear idea of like distances. Alright, let's head back to town. Phoenix saying I would try selling bars, but ore is so far away, which is a bit annoying. You do have the caves sometimes. I'm not sure if there's any nearby, but yeah, you do have caves sometimes that will have the pyrite inside of them. And other than that, yeah, sometimes it's just a bit of a trek. It is a lot better now than it was on the previous test though. Like the previous test, the starting area were just barren wastelands with nothing. The caves are more annoying than running so far? Probably, because you have to like carry each individual chunk outside. So I can definitely see that getting annoying fairly quickly. Okay, so let's turn this into logs. And for that I can actually get my crafting clothing now. Color saying I made a road southeast of the eastern ring to a cave. Ah, that's pretty cool. That way it's easier to find them, because it's always, you know, something that when you're out there maybe you'll see them, but if you have a road to them, then you know that, you know, every time you go there you'll find it. That's definitely useful. I'm sure once people start figuring out that, they will appreciate it. Alright, let's collect that. I probably should have started off with the fibers. Oh, wait. I did not need to get rid of the cart because I have the fibers in the cart. I only need one rope, but I haven't done enough fiber crafting to know if one of these things is enough or if I need more, so I'll just take the 3 that I have. Sneezing, last alpha I had to travel between 3 meadows to hunt birds. This alpha I can see birds everywhere. I love it. Yes, I like on the last alpha, the biggest problem that I think I had with how things worked was the scarcity of the resources, and I'm really happy to see that that is no longer a thing. Color saying, yeah, the pins on the map don't work. No, not really. Phoenix saying Alpha 1 was great. You had to go so far for fish oil. Oh yes. The Alpha 1, the first thing was the lavender. The lavender just completely vanished. Like, I remember seeing plains just full of lavender, like even much more abundant that I have seen here, like just huge fields of lavender. Then after like a day, there was nothing left. It has to do with the way that they did the respawning. Like, it was global, so they were respawning just on the freaking other side of the planet. And then that happened with the fish at some point as well. And Color is saying you can place pins but they're invisible. Oh, so they should be there? Because I don't know, it's not working for me, because I remember it was right click, I think. And at some point it was telling me, oh, I opened that by mistake. At some point it was telling me that placing a marker would remove the other ones. But then it stopped saying that and it just stopped reacting altogether. My Alexane fish oil is pretty worthless now. Yeah, completely. On one part is okay. They just need to, like, having extras or having too much of one item is just an opportunity to diversify horizontal gameplay, and by creating more sinks for the resources. Because then you have things that nobody's using, then let's give people something to use them for, or to use them with. So I'm always cool with that. But resource scarcity, I think that should never really happen. Like, higher tier resources should be more difficult to access, but it shouldn't ever be like that they're not available. Color saying if you place enough of them, it'll ask if you want to replace the old one. Yeah, I had that happen early at the beginning, because I wanted to place markers, so I was like right clicking all over the place. And then at some point I got the do you want to replace the old one? But none of them ever showed, so I just sort of, I guess, forgot about it. I just assume, you know, this is not working. I just won't really depend on it for now. On one hand, I also think that they're not really not necessary, because they're always useful. But the fact that you no longer have like thousands of ghost claims all over, and that the claims that you have is not just like new claim, new claim, new claim, but there's actually names to them. You can use the claims now to sort of like orient yourself and figure out where you are in the world. So that definitely helps. The landscape also looks way more beautiful with all the natural resource. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, the barren wastelands from the previous test were just sad to look at. Melik is saying separating the player's progress from the claim was huge. Yeah, I think it's not fully separated yet, but the steps that they've taken are definitely big and definitely in the right direction. I 100% agree. Not making every player depend on claims is huge. Definitely huge. I guess eventually you sort of depend on claims because you need to have access to stations to do things, but having the public access allows for that without putting all the responsibility on a player that might not be interested in pursuing that path. Like myself, like I want to be nomadic. Like I do want to have a claim at some point, but I'm not interested in having a city. I just want to have a cozy little place somewhere at some point. I shouldn't have to build a city to play the game. I got the planks. Now I make the rope. Memories, I just want my skiff back, don't we all? Oh, 20 more seconds. I don't know that I'll come back for them, but I'll just drop them in there. And what? Wasn't that what I needed for this? Oh, I need to make the rope. Right. You can definitely tell I haven't done much tailoring this test, right? I mean, I might get level 10 from this. Nope, not quite. Still single digits. Okay, so... Oh, I need to bring that here. Let's deploy that here. Okay, let's get to walking. Oh, let me go out where there's no obstacles first. I mean, so far they seem to be working okay. The tires look like they're moving in the right direction, right? So do you guys think that they fixed it? Or is there anything specific that you did for that to happen? Maybe they just fixed it. Like maybe it was just... Let me see if it'll let me try to pave. Oh, it just said can't walk. I disappeared. I didn't get the elongated body. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's hilarious. At least it's easy to fix. Phoenix saying, okay, blue paper is close to finish. Next I have to find out what I need for the other stuff. Yeah, you're gonna need carvings, I think, is basically... Oh, wait, no, if the blue paper is done, you need the refined things. Yeah, that's gonna be some work. You're gonna need a lot of glass for the vials, for the 3 things that you refine with the vials, which I think is leather, wood, and ingots. You're gonna need to farm to refine your planks. You're gonna need to farm to refine your cloth. You're gonna need to find gypsite from digging and the berry things from here. So yeah, it's a lot of rare things that you need in order to make the refines, in order to make that. I hope that while you've been doing a little bit of everything, you've been saving those rare things, because yeah, it's a lot of things. Cooler saying getting back into car fixes it. Yeah, exactly. Like, I like it because it's easy to reproduce. Oh, was it when I dismounted? Yeah, that's when you dismount. And then if you mount, then it goes away. I wonder if it looks different with different clothing. Let's see, let's get some drip going here. Let's grab that one. And some different pants. And some boots. Yep. Now my butt is blue. It's like as if I was wearing a really long cape. That's a hilarious bug. Phoenix saying, I mean, you don't need much of the other stuff, but the amount of glass. But yeah, some of the rare loot I don't have so much on hand. And in terms of the glass, it's not really that bad. You just need sand. And it's, I think, just 15, right? No. Is it? Oh, wait, no, because you need 10 codexes. So that's 30, right? 10 for each one. So that's three full ovens worth of sand. At least sand is very plentiful. It was harder to get sand on previous tests. Not much harder, but just slightly so. Now back to my usual clothes. Yeah, that one's there. And my sandals. There we go. I collect that one there. And because I don't want to make them... Well, I should never really make a mistake with cards because I have favorited this one. But yeah, I'm just gonna convert that to deed and drop it on the ground because I don't really want it. And Phoenix, honestly, search for things here because I was able to find shells at not too bad a price. So like if you make a whole bunch of planks or bricks to get some Hexcoin going, or the things that you really enjoy, like if I remember correctly, you said you're enjoying smithing, so like just make tons of ingots and sell those ingots and buy the things that you need. That is the way that we should all be playing the game. We shouldn't all need to do everything. Cooler saying hex going? What do you mean hex going? Oh, I had rope in here. I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't really want that, or this. I'll save that. And back to finishing. Getting that hex coin going. Yes. Let me see if I can click through the building again. Yeah, it is at certain distance. It is showing me the station sort of like behind the building. That's so weird. Eat some food, get the boosts going. And now, just wait for that last bit. Sit back, breathe in, breathe out, relax, hydrate. I'm gonna drink some water. 1 second. Also a good moment for stretching your legs, shaking loose a bit. Because we are on West Town, yes. I should probably stop calling it center square and call it center hexagon. there it is. 182 fire sand completed. Finally. Oh, no, 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 no. Give me my cart. Give me my cart. Place the cart. Ah! Grab. Ah! Drop the cart there. I need my... Drop that in there. Claim that. Ooh. I need to make sure that I have enough inventory space when I grab those large overflow of fire sand. Yes. Let me add this to the vault so that doesn't happen again. Alright, well, I mean it was 182, so I think that's still what I have, like 50, 100, 150, 60, 70, 80, 2. We're safe. I only ended up dropping 2, but when I saw my inventory just get full, I might have a tiny heart attack in there. Okay. So... let's see, I'm just gonna... drop those there, because I will probably just do 100. There we go. Okay, I still have money going on in there. And I'm going to grab... 100 of those. And now comes another big job, which is only 20,000, which is less than the 36,000 from the previous one. Just to confirm, we're still working with our crafting speed bonus. And I'm gonna grab a refill of water while this starts. I'll be back in a second. Alright, I'm back and hydrated. Phoenix saying, well, time to cook. Need more space in my storage. Yes, the inventory organization is a struggle. Caller saying the lag is real, annoying in this alpha, I must admit. I've either been lucky, or I just haven't really noticed it as much. Like, I have clearly noticed it now, like on the menus, like the trade finder and also the waystone, like they're taking longer to load than they did before. And I haven't done a lot of gathering, but if there's lag while gathering, yeah, that's probably really annoying. Cooler saying in previous ones you could just sit through it, but in this one you burn through your food timers. That's also that's also an element. I have dedicated more time to making food for myself than I thought that I would. But that also has to do, right now I think the food scarcity is related to the way that you get recipes. Because right now, in order to get the recipes, you have to play the lottery, right? So all of these lotteries take a lot of resources, and you get a randomized output, which means a lot of the time people are going to be doing more of those experiments than it would make sense, and then that gives you a lower output of the things that you need, like bulbs. You're using a lot of your bulbs to do the experiments, like 20 of them to get one, maybe two, and maybe a recipe you need. Well, you could be using 5 of them to make one of these and then one of those, maybe. So I think that's skewing the food dynamics right now. I think if that wasn't the case, food would be much more readily available. Hey, Nolmar, welcome back. It's going good, thank you. How about you? You say I haven't done the lottery. I've just picked up recipes from the floor and bought them from player shops. Yeah, that's probably... I mean, yeah, that probably is the best way to go. And it probably works for most recipes, but I am like that's definitely a way to get all of these ones, all of the uncommon ones, but the deluxe, the rare ones, are more rare. Like for me, I really want my ideal food to work with has been the fish and bulbs, so just trying to get that specific one ends up being like a big tax on my food resources. Cooler saying, but I'm talking more about the active buff timers, because those are still ticking down even when you're stuck in the lag spike. Yeah, Voxel did mention that these ones, the timer is client side, and then if you're lagging, then it's consuming at a different rate. And I think there was also something that he mentioned, that if the Bitcraft window is not focused, that it would consume at a different rate. I'm not entirely sure, but there's a few bugs in there that they're trying to work out. Sneeze saying, of all the things I thought they would add into the game, I never thought they would add gacha. Vox was saying that they would. I don't think it's a bad idea. It's, I think, just badly executed. I had also a conversation with Voxel on my feedback post in their Discord, like just throwing some ideas of how it would be less of a waste of stuff, because I think it's nice that you're supposed to work with more ingredients in order to learn how to do more things. I think that I like, but the fact that you can just get duplicates of useless things does not feel good. Nolmar saying, check out Simple Starball experiment. If you don't specifically need simple crop oil, it actually gives you more food than normally and recipes. Not really, Nolmar. And one of the foods it gives is, hilariously enough, the mushroom food without needing mushrooms. I think that's only applies for the tier 2. Let's see, Starball. Nope, I can't type. I think that's only in the tier 2. On the tier 1, the experiment is only food or things, and you get 1 or 2, but you're using 20 instead of 5, where normally you would cook it at 5:1 ratio. At tier 2, then you do have, it's still 5:1 ratio normal, and then 20 to either 1 or 2 if you're lucky, and then you get that sometimes, which that is random and weird. So like at that point, you know, that makes it better, but that looks like it shouldn't work that way. And then at tier 3, you again only get this from the results. So you no longer get that additional thing. Like what I was telling Voxel was like, just keep track of which recipes you have unlocked, and then you will not get that drop again. And then you just like have a low chance of maybe getting the recipe that you still don't have, but you don't have the rest of the waste product. And they need to rebalance the RNG, like in a lot of things. Normer saying, yeah, it should be crop oil in there, not the food. It should be both, honestly. Well, getting the other recipes is good, gives player traits. I don't think it really does, because you would trade it with cooks, and cooks would also do that on their own, I guess. I think it's just something that helps if you're in a group. You have hand-me-down recipes. You could probably sell some. You've paid like 2,000 on recipes. I would only pay for the rare ones. Because that ones I do think are valuable. But the regulars, I don't think they're valuable at all. Sneeze saying, I love that. It will reduce the amount of waste food. Yeah, just a way to avoid the duplicates. And what I was thinking for having player trades, enabling player trades, I think there's better ways of doing that. Like, imagine you're a cook that also has a high-level scholar. So if you're a cook and maybe like you wouldn't need like a level 50 scholar, like maybe level 20 would be enough to make recipes a couple of tiers above that. But you could combine your cooking knowledge with being a scholar to make the recipes to sell them. And then use resources like you do with the other things that you do in scholar, like you would need the parchment, you would need the ink and all that, and then you could make the recipe and sell that. I think that's a better way of enabling recipes and trading, but still not making just people waste so much food, because food is necessary to have a healthy flow of food right now, and it's not really felt like it's been healthy, to the point that I did not want to cook or farm or fish this test, and I have been doing that because I can't, like, I could buy food, but it feels too expensive for me to do that. And Nolamar, maybe let us be able to recycle recipes to something. Yes, that's also an idea that I've heard around, being able to redeem recipes for cooking experience, for example, would be something that would be nice. But then it becomes something that you could just power level, so I'm not sure. Maybe they would not, like, it shouldn't be possible to have it be tradable, or if the system sees that you're going to get a drop for a recipe that you already have, just give you a little bit extra experience instead. I don't know. Like I said, there's many different ways to approach it, but the current iteration feels flawed, which is fine. It's just the first, like, it's new. They're testing things out. It's the way it goes. Things, you have to, you know, try ideas to find out that they are wrong. You can just know that they're wrong from the beginning. You need to try them. I actually wanted to see if there's any other people buying or selling rough bricks. Let's give this a little time. There we go. Oh. Bit of a hiccup. Game doesn't like it. It is a lot of information, so it makes sense that it takes some time to load. So nobody is buying or selling rough bricks except myself? Because I would imagine it's just not showing mine. Or did I misspell? No, there we go. Oh, because I typed bricks in plural, and it's a rough brick. That's probably what it was. Malik saying, for me it feels like farming and growing cycle takes too long for the short food buff you get. And that's the thing, farming gives you plenty of food. The problem is that people, like, it forces you to spend a lot of the food in researching those recipes, and you end up with less final finished food, because by the time that you know, you have the recipes, you also have the experience to do the next year, and then you have to start it all over again, and then you never really go and just make food. Nolmer saying, I just wish I could stack food buffs up to 2 times. That's the deluxe. That is exactly what the deluxe is. Oh, this is mine. It does show mine. Interesting. Oh, they were selling them for 5. I can't really figure out. So they're selling 1 for 150? Okay. So they're just making a 25 profit on that one. They're selling them for a little bit cheaper than I am. And they're selling 1 brick package, which is 100 bricks for 2700. So that's at 2750, I guess, per brick. So their prices are cheaper than mine. Oh, that's run by that's buying. And then they're also buying at 30 but selling at 25. I think, yeah, they've got it the wrong way around. They're missing money in that. Like, if I go there, I would sell. Oh, no. Never mind. Because it looks the other way around when I'm looking at it from this perspective. So I could buy them for 30 and they would buy them for 25. So I buy them higher. I sell them a little bit higher too. Might need to do some adjustments to my pricings. Nolmer saying, deluxe is same duration. Oh, the duration is what you want. I think that's more that higher tier food should give longer duration. Right now, you get 10 minutes, whether it's a tier 2 fish and bulbs or tier 3 fish and bulbs, and that does not feel right. Like, each tier you go up, or when you make the deluxe, it should also last a little bit longer, like maybe 12 minutes instead of 10. Malik saying, yeah, they sold out real fast, I bet, for 5 hex. Yes, the one that was selling them for 5 hex probably sold pretty quickly. This one's doing 27. Alright. See, market prices are starting to settle. I started a little bit high, just because I wanted to, you know, set a fair bar that wasn't just like you sell them for the same as if it was Rumba. But yeah, the marketplace is starting to get in shape. And then Olmer saying, yeah, that's why I think it should be up for 2 times, but not more, then it would feel fair. I don't know that 2 times is probably too much. I do think it's nice that from tier 1 it was 5 or 6 minutes, and then tier 2 it was 10 minutes. But then the fact that tier 3 is also 10 minutes has a bad feel to it. It should be like at least 12. And then tier 4 could be 15. Or like if tier 3 was 15, then tier 4 would be 20. I do agree that the buffs need to have a higher duration as you tier up, because your tasks are also taking a lot more time. No more saying food duration is 100% based on what type of food it is. What do you mean what type of food it is? You mean like if it's fish and bowls, or if it's bowl rolls and all that? Is it the same duration across all tiers? Normal saying it's 5-6 minutes for the basic, 10 for the baked and cooked. Cooked is 15. I think the only one that is 15. Well, I haven't really played around with a lot of foods, but I know that the bulb rolls are 15. So what you're saying is if you combine oven and cooking, then those are the 15. So like the berry pies as well and the bulb rolls. Those are the ones that are 15. Because I know the bulb rolls are 15 minutes, but they do not have an additional buff. It is just like extra region and more satiation, I think, compared with the others. Sneeze saying, oh wow, I didn't know they take so much time to make. Yeah, things take time. Nolmer saying, seems you're correct, it's only bulb rolls, so bulb rolls probably have a +5 minute duration as it's buffed. Yes, +5 duration and higher satiation. Because these ones have, oh no, they also have 25 actually. Although I'm not sure, because this is the deluxe, I don't know if the base one is also 25. No, yeah, see? The bulb rolls are 25 at their mid production, and then at their final, like the deluxe ones, are, I think, 35 satiation. And also like 15 minutes. Gambit saying, no wonder we keep running out of foods. And I had to hunt with T1 and T2 fish. Yeah, that happens. Nalmer saying, so if we could double it, any buff that matters would be 10 plus 10, 20 minutes, which I find fair. Satiation being high, you find it positive? I do, because we don't starve. Because I think once your satiation goes to the top, it won't stop you from eating like it did on previous tests. Like, you don't get punished for eating too much. You get punished if it goes down. So extra satiation means you can go for longer periods without eating. And that means like bulb rolls would be the ideal food for sailing, for example. Because while sailing you don't really use a lot of stamina, but it'll be a long time and then your satiation will go down. And if you only want to carry one stack of food, you want to have that one stack of food give you as much as possible. I haven't died from starvation once since it was fixed. Yeah. No, definitely. Once it was fixed, that they might have actually over-fixed it. I don't think I've ever seen this drop like below half. Alright, so now I have a whole bunch of bricks. I mean, like, I never have issues with satiation, but I feel the higher foods should last longer. Yes, I think higher tier foods should definitely last longer, just so that you don't have to click on it so many times. And because it also takes longer to produce. Like, higher tier foods take longer to produce, so they should last longer. It's simple. Okay, so let's dial this one down to 28. And this one down to 32. Yeah, that works. I saw it was that guy selling them at 150. So I'm just gonna still leave this here at 160. 160. And I'm just gonna take the ones that I got now and sell them to Rumba for now. There we go. We're rich again. Nolmer saying, if you need to not eat for minimum 60 minutes to hit half, if you eat every 15 minutes, you will always be full. I think they don't want them to last too long to stop AFK crafting. I don't know, because I think AFK crafting is just the way it works. Until they set up something for us to do while actively crafting, it is just a passive thing. Like, it's like the passive stations, except you have to sit there the whole time. Cooler got disconnected again. The lag is real. Yeah, so it would seem. Alright, so one of the things that I wanted this money for was to improve my cash. Let's see if this can tell me where the nearest Brico is. Schematic for improved personal cash. Wait, this is Rumba? I thought it was Brico. Oh, no, I don't need the improved. I need the enhanced. Gambit saying, having to wait 2 minutes to fill my HP after fighting when I'm hunting is just awful, but jackals equals money and coins make me happy. Yes. Oh, thank you, Nolmar. I did mean expanded, not enhanced. I'm gonna have to wait for this to let me type. Okay, here we go. Expanded. Personal cash. Come on. Expanded raft. No, I'm not interested in an expanded raft. Enchants. The thing is, if I type expand, it's only finding. Okay, let's just look for. It might just be way too laggy. Personal cash. Nolmer saying it only shows player traits nowadays. I'm not sure it's just player traits. I think it's just that it takes a while to load more trades. That's Rumbo Camp. Improved personal cash. Improved. Because it is showing me, these are all Rumbas. What is not showing me is Bricos. Oh, but if I know it's Brico, then maybe I can just look for Mallet. No. Not the small thing. A mallet. Yeah, but it isn't Rumba that sells it. It's Brico. Maybe I'm gonna try to walk away from town a little bit. You can definitely see there's more players in the new areas right now. Does Brico even exist? It's just in our dreams and imaginations. Okay, let's try it from here. I have that there. I'm just gonna type Brico because he sells the Brico mallet, so find me a Brico. Come on, Trade Finder. I know you can do it. In the meantime, I'm probably gonna walk around towards the forest and see if I can find one the old-fashioned way. Nalmer, seems there's no Bricos currently. Nah, it's just the Trade Finder not working well. And Cooler saying he might be a myth made up by old-timers. 100%. I have proof that I have traded with Brico though. Because I do have the Brico mallet, and that's why I know that this item exists. Not finding any when looking at your map, but they wouldn't show on your map unless they're really close to you. And I think the Trade Finder right now, they fixed the functionality of showing us player trades, but now it's super laggy and it's not showing travelers. Maybe to make the results load better, they just decided to kill travelers and just not have it show travelers for a while. So I guess we'll look for Brico the old way around. Let's go on an adventure. Not wanting to play today, Fluff Pup. Yeah, they all want to come and play, but I don't really have time for that right now. Sneeze saying the twins also don't show. Now entering the mistake, Nolmer. How does it look? Because I know they've been making even more improvements. And Gambit, I just have a really strong suspicion that what they did was just hide the twins and Brico because they are not in such high demand right now. In order for the list to actually populate with the results from players while they fix it better. Nalmar, they made an elevator. It's slower than climbing? Really? Because I remember I tested the elevator and it felt fast enough. Like maybe not super fast, but fast enough. Alright, I'm just gonna navigate like this. Elevator, where? On the mistake. It's a claim that you can actually travel via Waystone, and it is all the way up here. The mistake. Yeah. If you go to the Waystone, you can find it. Oh, that's a rumba. Yeah, probably should have at least an idea of where the fluff pups are. Hey, it's a Brico. We found it. Nalmar saying try a restart and see if it refreshes the traveler trades. I will. I definitely will. That's a good idea. I don't think it will populate them. I think that they are actually deliberately hidden. I definitely like that these are now safe areas. That if you're outside, the fluff pups will go after you, but once you cross this line, they don't. Or they shouldn't. That one's at the border, right? Oh, that one's inside. Hello there. Hello, friend. Oh. No. There we go. Huh. So the border is not really working at the border on this one. Because I was in the islands earlier on, like, you could literally see the moment you stepped outside of bounds, then they would pounce on you. And right now, let me actually bring this tool because it's useful. One more. One more. One more. There we go. No, they still see me. They no longer see me. So, 1, 2, like, if this is the center, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, maybe about 10 or 11 squares away from the ruin is the current safe spot. Nolmer saying the line is in a safe area, the ruins is. The area around the ruin is now a safe area as well. And there's no brico on trades now, even with a restart. Thanks for letting me know. You've saved me a restart. Alright, this is the one that I want. And I want one of them. I don't really feel like walking, so let's teleport back. Yeah, there's probably a max amount of trades on the trade finder. They need to, like, if that is the case, if it only populates up to a certain extent, then they need to fix that, because we need a lot, like, we need everything to be able to be shown in there. And right now, even with that limited amount, it's still taking some time to load, so there's some room for optimization in there. It's a new tool. It makes sense that it's not working perfectly. I'm glad that we have it and that they are actively working on making it work. Now I will need to turn this into a deed. And I will need to grab this and this. Cooler got DC'd again. Yeah. I wonder if it's something to do with your internet connection too, because I haven't had a disconnect problem. I have had some lag, but nothing game breaking. Gambit saying last time I'm looking for brico, it showed me all the bricos from the desert to the tundra. Made a lot of sense to limit. That's also true. There should be a limit on what the trade finder shows you up to a certain range, and that would definitely be the smart way to limit it. It's definitely worth sending them that feedback, because I'm sure they're thinking about ways to make it more efficient and to make it work better, and that's definitely one way. And I don't doubt that it's also something that might come up to, like, that one of them might come up with, but you know, you never know. Maybe they're so focused on one path that that idea might not jump into their minds. It's always good to let them know of the things that you see, because sometimes when they're working on the game, they probably spend so much time in the game that some things they just assume some things work a certain way and don't really see it from a different perspective. It's always best to have more perspectives. Yay, now I have a better one. I have 8 cargo slots and 24 item slots available now. Very cool. And with this, I have a bit of leftover money that I'm going to place here. Yeah, that should be good. Pop that in there. Keep that flowing. I also wanted to add a listing for rough shells, and I'm willing to pay 15 for these. Right now I actually have a lot of rough brick at the moment, so I probably would only buy it at that price. And I will not go below 30 on the sell point, because the ones that I have I bought at 30. If I have an excess, so if people want to buy them, probably 32. I'll go with 32 because I have a, like, there's 170 there. Alright, I want to buy this then. Nolmer saying Trade Finder saves so much time versus walking to every shop when searching in a town. 100%. Definitely one of the best additions this alpha. The only one thing that I really want is that when you find the trade that you're looking for, like if I wanted to buy this thing here, I want to be able to mark it on my map so that I can track it. Right now you do have a tracking function, like I can track my stall. If I click on my stall, I can track it, which makes me like, I know that they can do that, and it shows with this little icon. Even if I'm like outside of town, it'll show that little icon when I am sort of like within minimap range. If I go outside of minimap range, at some point that icon disappears, but I can see on the minimap where, like, which direction it's at. So just adding that over to the trade finder so that once you find the trade that you want, that you can track it. Because otherwise, like, I know it's in this town, but I don't know which one of it, all the stalls it is. And like, I know the name, so that makes searching for it easier, but if I could track it, that would make it better. It's definitely one of the best additions this alpha, I agree. Especially now that it's working. Nolmer saying, plain roasted fish 3 is being sold for 1 coin, 200 of them. I wonder if you're looking at, I know there was one stall here that was doing that a lot. Early on I bought a lot of my food here, probably. No, that's Ale Ghost. I can't remember the name of the person that did it, but yeah, early on I was able to buy fish for cheap, and I was happy. Then there started to be less fish available. Oh, this is Law PPD. So this is the one that... Oh, never mind. I thought I saw a listing for shells on this guy when I was searching that had a really high number in here. And this is the one that's kind of undercutting me because they're selling the bricks at 27.50 and I was paying more, so like actually that was good for me. Oh no, they're selling them. Yes, they are offering this and requesting that. So that... Yeah, this probably means that not many people are going to buy them for me at 30 something. I do sell them individually, so that's better because I'm not forcing players to buy the whole thing. They can just buy a few individual bricks to complete their 10 pile and sell it to Rumba. Nolmer saying, I wish I could see how much gold the different trader stands have on them. Yes, that's actually a really good point. I didn't think about that because you can see how many items they have, but you can only see that they run out of gold when they ran out of gold. Let me type that one down because that's... I definitely agree. Okay, what was I doing now? Alright, I need to... Should I just sell these two? Maybe I should just sell those two. Let's add a listing. This is refined. Simple brick. And I am selling them. I think I did a calculation that led me to think that the tier 2 thing was about 3 times as valuable as the tier 1. Because let's see, this... You need 2 tier 1 fire sands. And then the things to make the tier 2 fire sand and the brick. So if I'm selling the tier 1 bricks at 160-ish, I probably should ask for... I'm not good at math, so 160... 480... Yeah, I'm happy to sell them at 480. $480 each. Add. Oh, no. Save. Gambit, maybe the 12,000 we saw on the trade finder are the coins they put inside the stall? I don't think so. Maybe it was just like a bug, like it was showing me something that wasn't the thing that was on the stall. Because it was when I searched for rough shells, right? And it was this one. Yeah, you see, it's showing here. An alternative. Oh, I guess it could be. But no, because it... Let's see, in my stall then, if I look for the rough brick, it should show the amount of money that I... Yeah, see, here it should show the amount of money then as well. But it shows how many are on inventory. So this shows how many are on inventory. So that might actually just be a bug with Law DPP's stall. Yeah. Let me actually go over and click on it. And I'll just... Let me close that. Organize it neatly. I'll just send the... Okay. Yes, this guy. And... That is this thing, right? Is this trade 30 for 1? 30 for 1. There's actually 11 in there. So this should say 11. Let me take a screenshot and save it so that I can send it to the devs. Nolmer, it probably shows how much money he has, but it's somehow bugged. It could be, like, that number is a very likely number of hex coins to have in your trading stall if you want to set up purchases and sales in your stall. Gambit saying, I would love to have bugged 12,000 coins. Yeah, I mean, you can work for them. It's not impossible. Okay, so I have that for that. I'm selling that for these. I'm selling this for that. I'm buying it at that price. I think I'm happy with this for now. These ones have not sold, but I also think it's just because there's, like, there hasn't been a lot of people moving around and finding what they want to buy. I think eventually there might be people that buy a refined rough brick for slightly higher than I would sell to Rumba, and then I can just start placing them here instead of selling to Rumba. But for now, I'm gonna leave it there. And wait, no. Oh, it would probably help if I have these two things in there so they actually sell, right? All right, now let me the bolt. I'm gonna grab the sturdy cap, the leather shirt, the leather pants, and the gloves, and then add these ones there. And I'm gonna grab some food. Let's grab these things here. And see, I already have now 82 fire sand cooked. So the next time I'm in town, I'll see how the trading stall is doing. See if I have more bricks to turn into refined. If my refined bricks have been moving, then I'd rather sell them to players instead of Rumba. So things seem to be going well. And now I am going to go hang out in the foothills of regret. Let's see if I find Kaylin over there. I've been meaning to go there for some time now. And I think this is the right time. There we go. Yes, teleport. Nolmer saying at least 10,000 coins in refined bricks. That's at least 10,000 coins. Yeah, exactly. That's about that. I don't really need it right now. I have enough funds in there now at 8,000 that it should be like my goal is for the trading stall to work in a way that people sell things there, but also that people buy things there. So I wouldn't need to just put money in there all the time, because I do also use it to save time when grinding Hexcoin, because I don't have to build all the bricks myself. And maybe I'll also save some time with the shells if some people sell them there. I make less money because I'm buying some of the things instead of making it all myself, but it also clears some time to do other things. Alright, Kaylin doesn't seem to be in town, but Anna is there, or AFK. I always do say hello though. I like how they have arranged this place. I really do. They've started to play with different types of paving. Not just the tier 1 rock, but also some red paving and some black paving. That looks pretty. They got some nice walls going on in there. At the entrance of town, there's a nice little place to organize everything that you bring in from outside. Storages, tools for their members, gems, just general storage. Then as you go in further into town, you get into the port. They have a market stall in which they sell campfire kits. Chilling tea, interesting, that's for the desert. It'd be nice to find some heating tea for the snow biome as well. And then some wood trunks and some log, which is tier 2 and tier 3 is what you have in abundance around here. So it makes sense that, you know, they sell their excess stock to people that might need it. You have the forestry and the carpentry station next to each other over here. They have this little niche that looks pretty cool, actually. And I like how, like, you have this gate that goes up that way. And this area is sort of like kept somewhat wild. It's not really accessible. Where does their town end? Here. I really hope that no jackals spawn here. They have this bonfire that might be protecting things. Yeah, it looks really cool. It looks really, really cool. And they have, you know, the whole process. You go in, you do your mining, then you do your masonry. I think I would put the mining station first, and then the masonry next to it. Then you have the kilns and the smelters, depending on what you're making. And if you're making, you know, smithing stuff, once you get past the smelters, then you get the smithing storage. Their waypoint located in their port. Their claim totem out here overlooking the water. That's pretty nice. Oh, am I freezing? No, there we go. Over here you have the fishing station, the farming station, and the cooking. Nice, nice and organized with the oven around here. And a cool little place for the scholar to keep warm behind the ovens. The hunting station, the tailoring station up here. And then the leather working area out here, overlooking, I guess, the rest of the settlement. I don't know if I might have liked the scholar station around here better. Like, have the scholar sort of like overview everything. But I like it. I really do like it. Now, what was I wanting to do here? Right, I want to mine tier 3 rocks. Let's see if these guys have some tier 3 rocks nearby. Not really through here. This is a nice little pond as well. Cool waterfall up there. This would also be a nice place for a claim. No, they didn't actually make the pond. This is just the map generated this area like this, and they just happen to be set up nearby. So this is what I am looking for, tier 3 rock. However, I want to have access to it in a way that I can transport it via cart or via boat. Because I'm not sure what kind of road infrastructure they've got going on. I'm gonna look along the shoreline first. What is that? No, that's a stump. What kind of things do you have in there? Some jackals. Mostly tier 2 rock. I'm not entirely sure this is the best place for tier 3 rock mining. Oh yeah, I see some tier 3 rocks up here. There's that one jackal there. So that could be annoying. I don't have very sturdy armor or very good weapons. I don't really enjoy fighting the things. So I want to see just how viable it is to... like how the game feels if you do not partake in combat at all. It might seem silly, but I think that should still be an option. And I'm stubborn, so I'm gonna try to see if it is. Okay, let me grab some sticks, because I'm gonna make myself a path through here to get to those rocks. That should be enough sticks. And we get to digging. Because there's not like a lot of it, but there's enough. That is interesting. Gambit, hunting without needing to fight the jackals. Yes, please. Yeah, I understand that adversity does add another layer of gameplay that is interesting. But it's only interesting depending on how you handle it as devs. If you handle it the same way everyone else does, and it's just throw some monsters at them and force people to fight for whatever it is that they need, then for me, Bitcraft sort of becomes just another survival game. Like just another go out into the wild, build civilization, fight monsters. But if Bitcraft is about crafting and about, you know, you have an ancient civilization and a pool of knowledge, and there should be tools that these guys can get access to deal with adversity in more ways than just go and hit it with a stick. Right now there's the campfires, so like right now the only thing that they've made to deal with adversity is light sources. It feels insufficient. Malik saying, if they are going to add monsters, then combat should be polished, but I like hitting stuff with sticks. Yeah, I mean, and for the people that like hitting stuff with sticks normal, that's there. And that's a good thing, and it should be there, but again, gameplay should always be implemented in a way that rewards players and not punishes them. And right now it's punishing what I perceive to be a big part of the player base. Melik saying right now the combat is terrible. Yeah, and that definitely should get better. And because it's terrible, maybe they could give players, you know, a bit more buffs and like maybe slightly overpowered tools or like weapons from what they expect to be needed until they fix the bugs and make it actually possible to test. Nolmar saying, sorry, have no idea what else you said, I just heard it while I was chatting in town, just had to make a comeback. No, I'm just saying that there should be more ways to deal with things than just hit it with a stick. Gambit saying, Jackal in its current state easily puts you high in the Slayer leaderboard, especially if you hunt mostly tier 2. Yeah, because you're all like, you say that you're hunting tier 2, but in truth what you end up doing is fighting jackals. So that is being detrimental to you and your gameplay. You're being forced to engage in a different gameplay, which is killing jackals, which you might enjoy, but it's not what you want to do at heart. There's a reason these are secondary professions and these are primary professions. These should never get in the way of these. Otherwise, then this becomes the primary thing and these are the secondary things. And that's changing, like, that's doing a full 360 on what the game is about, or what I understand that the devs want the game to be about. I don't think that's the case. I think this shows what they want to do. And right now we're just dealing with bugs, and we're just dealing with them implementing a new layer and a new element that has brought its own challenges, and that they've turned they've run into unexpected issues, which is fine. It's part of the process. I just want to, from my perspective, where I want to play a certain way, or I want to be able to play a certain way, I don't want to just go and buy armor and like better armor and better weapons and just say, well, I'll just deal with it the way it is. I'll try to play the way that I want to play, and then see what I am missing in order to play that way. I feel that might make for more useful feedback. At least if I want to be able to play the way I want to play, I guess. Not enough stamina. Digging is hard work. And I am digging with a 40 construction power hammer. Yeah, maybe I should have made myself some bulb rolls. Because I think like I'm just wasting this buff time. If I made some bulb rolls, I would have had the same like regen rate for stamina, which is the only thing that I'm using, and it would last for longer. So note to self, if I'm planning on digging, make bulb rolls. Now this raid is going to be nightfall, and I'm not really gonna be able to gather anything at all. So actually, I'm going to mine now and put it all on my cart, and then do the digging. Because I should be able to pull a cart this way. Nalmer saying Minch is hiding in southern Ringtown. Minch doesn't hide, he hangs out in the open. Say hi. You know what? Oh yeah, there are sticks. Nalmer, grab a stick and trade him a stick and tell him Gon sent it. If there are sticks nearby, whenever I see a dev, I'll just like split just a single stick and trade them and give them just one stick. Oh, you already teleported to Eastern? That's alright, that's alright. But yeah, if you see them later and you have sticks, just give them one. Tell them Gon says hi. Actually, as it is right now, I might actually just pull my cart over to the side here and just spawn my raft down below and move the rocks in there. I thought the fluff pup was closer to this side, but I guess it's probably just further away, past this little ridge. I think, is that it? No. That's just lichen. Oh. It's moved over that way, perhaps. But this seems safe for now. Not for long. Is this a good volume for sound effect that I can mine and it's not killing your ears? As compared with this. But still, you know, you can still sort of hear it there in the background. Oh, I need to eat. Oh, I need to get the right ring on. No, don't put it in the cart, put it on your finger. There we go. Might not look like much, but that's another 4.2% in that specific skill speed. And this is exactly why I am doing this. I want to crush all this into gems and try to get myself better rings. We'll see how it goes. Okay, now this one here. And just to orient myself. Alright, from there, here. Okay. There's probably enough for a couple of trips. Maybe even 3 trips. Alright, looks like it's starting to get dark. Let's do this. I'm up here. You cannot? Oh, yes you can. Can you climb up here? You cannot, but you can climb up here. Okay, that works. Dismount here. Climb down. Deploy raft here. View storage. View storage. Move here. Climb back up. I probably should improve my raft. I've been waiting for the skiff, but I don't know if we're gonna get it anytime soon. For now, since it's gonna be nighttime soon, let me just... Why doesn't it let me dismount here? Oh, probably because it's looking at the raft. Interesting. Okay. So, just stay there. This way I can try to fill it up again. So I take the first trip with the raft, and then I come back and I just loot my cart for the rest. I wonder if it would even be more convenient to just put this one here. Maybe start off with this one that's a little bit further away. Finger crossed. Crossed I don't get a lot of wolves around here. But if I do, then on the morning of the next day, I can probably put all of the rock in here, in there. Nolmer, if you can unsummon the cart, you can currently harvest directly to raft. Oh, is it in range? It is in range. Oh, but my raft doesn't have as much storage capacity. But if it's any deployable, then actually not the cart, this I can just pop that there, and I can... Oh, yeah. See, I kind of expected that was going to happen. But good to know. Good to know. They also show a bigger range. I thought it was a closer range. It's really big. I'm not complaining. It's just bigger than I expected. Unsummon the personal craft, then pick up every one to get them straight into the raft. Yeah, the thing is my raft only has one cargo, because it's a very basic one. Yeah, it is nighttime. It just hit nighttime. It was empty at like before, so that's when they came in. But I get what you mean, Nolmar, and what I can do is just unsummon both vehicles and just work out of my expanded personal cache with anything that's in range. So what I will likely do once the night is past is go there and use my cart for the things that are far from the personal cache. Then I can use that to fill the cart and then grab those. And then the ones that are near the cache, I would probably harvest them last, because there's, you know, they are closer to shore, and when the night hits, it's easier to get back where I want to. Oh, the problem though is that the range of the stations is not so good. Like, I love that these two stations have water range. I'll tell Kaylane when they get online, if this mining station had range like up to here, it would make a huge difference. It would have to be sort of like down here. But imagine just having your raft and just crafting from your raft in there. Right now, I can't remember if I got my cart. I'm not gonna risk it. I'd rather just walk back and forth than drop the things. Although, it's fine. They'll be there in the morning. Nobody's gonna grab them, right? Let's recover this. Because that's just gonna be a matter of going over there and picking them up from the ground if they were still in my cart when the daylight is back. Oh, did I do it just a little bit too early? Yeah. I tried to hit Shift E just as this bar was ending. Nolmar, is it worth to farm for the rings? I think it is. I think it is. I think there's like 4.2 for tier 1, 5 point something at tier 2. I'm guessing either 5.9 or 6.2, like high 5 or low 6 for tier 3, and I think 6.7 for tier 4. But what you have to understand is that this is not a percentage that just gets added here. This percentage is added separately here. So when you have two percentages added separately, it applies one and then it applies the other. So when they're compounded, it's an altogether better effect. So even when the number doesn't look too high, like 6% is still 1.5 times the buff or boost that you get from here. Why didn't it get my card? There we go. View the storage. View my storage. Drag that there. And now I can craft. So yeah, you do have to think of those two separately, because you could say, well, once you're like at 25, what is another 2%? But it is not in relation to that, it's in relation to this. Like this one is 4%, it would go up to 6% maybe. So that's like a 50% increase on this buff, is what I wanted to say before my brain decided to not show up for work. And in the end, it's all going back to the same, every little bit counts. The clothing counts. Right now, I'm using gathering clothing because this is not really, like, I don't want to go through the hoops of changing to cloth for just like 33% effort. Although, actually, I'm gonna be doing a lot more later, so I will. No more saying, so it's so 1.9% increase in speed, then it's huge. Yeah, and that's how I interpret it. That's how I interpret it. Okay, and I do have the right ring. See? Now I'm at 1.2 seconds instead of 1.4, which means I'm happier. And we'll see, you know, once we get the better rings, like this, I guess it could still be like a low 1.2 seconds instead of a high 1.2 seconds. That is what might be going on right now. Because like just changing the one thing already loses that between 1.2 and 1.3. So I'm just barely at 1.2. Going to 1.1 is gonna take a lot of effort, but I think the rings are a big part of it. There we go, mining level going up. I'm probably not gonna be trading that for... Oh, I cannot drop inside someone else's claim. I'll drop that later. I'm not gonna just waste one inventory slot with something that's worth like 3 Hexcoin. Now we crush the pebbles. I guess one way you could get rid of this thing that I don't like there would be that. That makes for a cleaner screen. It's annoying that it's a roundabout way of doing it. But doesn't this look so much prettier? Not having that here. I can't see myself. I have like this thing right in the middle versus... Yeah, there's something like down here by the corner, but it's sort of like nicely disguised. I can even sort of like bring it way down in the corner. And now it looks more clean. It also means I don't really know how long until the little dude finished the tasks, but I will know when they do. It'll stop. Hey, I see Snow Phoenix. doing some scholar. Oh, actually rearranging claim, it seems. Kaylin! I see a Kaylin. I think one of the things that I really like about their claim is that probably wherever it is that you see, it finished. I didn't need a bar. I know that it stopped. What was I saying? Yeah, one of the things that I like about the way they have their claim set up. Oh, wait a second. Why don't I have a recipe for tier 3 gem fragments? Is there no recipe for tier 3 gem fragments? Really? Interesting. Or maybe I need to find at least one first. That would make sense. Yeah, I probably need to find a gem first. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Phoenix same. Cool, I crashed my game. Oh. Oh, hey, Kaylin. I was just about to ask you. Do you happen to have a tier 3 gem or gem fragment that I could touch? I just need to touch it so that I can unlock the recipe for the crushed pebbles into gems. I'll give it back right away. If you could trade it to me and I can trade it back, I would really appreciate it. And I'll even hang some Brachite in the back. Oh, really? The recipe's not there for T3? Huh. That gave me the recipe for the ring. I think it's just a ring, yeah, now that you mention it. Tier 3 emerald. Obtained. It should be there. Extract sturdy gem fragments. Like, it shows here. It is in the compendium. So if it is not available for crafting, then it's just not showing on the crafting list. Let me take a screenshot of this and report that bug. Doesn't feel like a game-breaking bug, but definitely throws my plans into a loop. Let's see. We're looking at the emerald here. So if I go to obtain, and also let me see what minute we're on. 6:22. Let me type that down. 6:22. Gem. What do they call the process? Simple gem fragments. So this would be at 3 sturdy gem fragments. Recipe. Not popping into crafting station. Because if you look at the compendium, it shows that way of obtaining it. It also shows that from tier 2, well actually you have, this is the geode. I have not found a geode, so I have not unlocked this recipe, like this way to get it, but just touching it did unlock the equivalent of this thing. It is called extract fragments. It produces a varied output and quantities, and it's this thing for those things. It is the same thing as here. Extract gem, produce varied outputs and quantities. Oh, it is not that it's bugged. The materials required are wrong. That's what's happening. So the materials required, they messed up the recipe. For this one, the materials required are pebbles. And that outputs that. For this one, it should be pebbles and then give you the other thing, but it's not. So let me just write that down very quickly. One second, I'll get back to chat in a moment. I just wanna type this down before I forget what I wanna say. Alright, that should be a decent enough explanation. And Killing, I have pebbles, thank you. Yeah, I thought the pebbles were gonna unlock the recipe, but they didn't. Then I thought maybe the gem would unlock the recipe, but it didn't. And I don't think it's a problem with how it is unlocked. I think it's just the materials required and the output are not what they should be, and that I'm assuming that was creating a bug of some sort, and they just disabled them on the table until they fix that. I'm hoping that's the case, but yeah, it's a bit of a bug. Nolmar saying, did you add the tier 2 Starbulb experiment to your list? Oh, with the, you're right, the one that gives a different output. No, but I can do that right now. That was tier 2 Starbulb experiment. Giving this as an output, it doesn't make sense that it would. Alrighty, back here. So, hey, Broken Melody, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We were just doing some bug reporting that we have found regarding the gem crafting process. For tier 3, apparently they're not showing up, and not only they're not showing up, but the recipe in the codex, in the compendium, sorry, is wrong. It's showing the materials required are the fragments and the outputs are the fragments, where it should be the material required is pebbles and then the output is the fragments. But yeah, you have to hold that T3 geode, no? Not necessarily. That is the next thing that I will try to see if that fixes it, but my biggest concern is just that in the compendium, the recipe that is called extract sturdy gem fragments has the wrong thing in materials required. So that's why I think that it's probably a bug that goes beyond that. I'm sure that with the geode you can still have access to this recipe, extract simple gem from a geode, and you get the full gem. So that's probably right now the only way to get tier 3 gems. I don't know if they just implemented the extraction only for tiers 1 and 2. It feels weird that they would do that, but it's a possibility. But the fact that the material required and the material and the output are the same thing, it just makes me think it's a bug. Melody saying, I would say better to wait for T4, but the buff on T4 ring is wonky. Yeah, I was seeing that over at the Goblins Discord as well. I can't remember who it was that posted it, but yeah, I saw that and I was like, I was waiting for T4, but when I saw that I was like, okay, I'll do the tier 3. And now I try to do the tier 3 and there's another issue with it. Let's see, I will still go and get a few more pebbles and I'll try to get a geode just to sort of cover all the bases. Hello Seed, how's it going? Welcome, how are you doing today? Ready to do some more crafting of the bits? Looks like everybody's starting to wake up around this time of the day. Melody saying, what do you specialize in? I'm not exactly a generalist. I'm kind of a nomad, and that sort of determined how my skills are working. When the game started, when the test started, I wanted to just focus on foraging, forestry, mining, and masonry, because I wanted to build roads, because on the opening stream, Tyler mentioned that the roads would now have a beneficial effect. But it turns out that that was just improved stamina, like a reduced stamina drain, no extra speed. And the stamina drain was buggy, so they had to roll it back. So currently there's no real benefit to making roads, so I just decided to just see what else I wanted to do. And I ended up leveling in fishing, farming, and cooking, because at first I was buying my food, but at some point nobody was selling food, so I had to cook for myself, and I ended up just doing those 3. Sid saying, were you in Starting Town earlier today? Yeah, I did see you over there in Starting Town. That was me indeed. And I think you were on... I can't remember, because I was jumping back and forth between Western and Eastern. But yeah, I was there. Let me drop this here. That goes on the ground. And I equip my gathering armor. What? Oh, there's still jackals here. Abort. 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 So it's still not quite morning, it seems. Melody, are you specializing in something specific, or you also a bit of a generalist? I know what I can do in the meantime. I can dig. Yeah, found some some fluff pups. Oh, is there one here too? You're not gonna let me dig? That is just sad. Melody, I'm the second on leaderboards for farming and cooking. Very nice. Very nice. Well, I'll just wait here. Nice and safe until morning. Let me see if that one is far enough, I might get away with some digging. Oh, I cannot climb through here? So I gotta risk it. Climb up and then down. Melody's saying, but I'm at work and addicted, so here I am. Yeah, I mean the good thing is once you get to the higher levels, a lot of the tasks take long enough that you can sort of do it while doing other things. Come on, just enter the building. Am I not gonna be able to craft? There we go. So yeah, like you can do a lot of AFK leveling and like farming it in specifically. You do have a lot of passive tasks, and if you're farming and cooking, I'm assuming you're doing a lot of baking, and then that also helps you be more productive while also giving you time to do other things. It looks like it's daytime now. Just when I reached the dig site. I'm gonna go back and actually focus on mining, which is my priority right now. Melody, yeah, getting 100 T4 fertilizer is 20,000 work. Yeah, that's definitely something. Oh, I already have my cart deployed. I forgot to pack it up. I just did a 180 T1 fire sand job earlier. That was 65,000 work. That took a while. Sid saying, do I need a new writ of settlement if I want to move once I settle? You don't. You can deconstruct the totem and you will get the writ back. And then you can just place it whenever or wherever you want to place it. The only thing is, if you spend supplies on research, then you say goodbye to that pretty much. But you also start off with 5,000 supplies, so it's kind of like a fresh start. Melody says, when you deconstruct your... Oh, okay, yeah, exactly. Same thing. So you can start your own settlement near town and move it later. You cannot set up very close to the starter town. There's a bit of a limit on how close you can get to it. I think you can only start building once you get to the yeah, exactly, nowhere in the meadows. Where am I? I'm here. So you can only set up a claim like out on the perimeter, like this here, this one there. Kelling saying, I'm on my way with the supplies needed to start the tier 4 research, but it takes half an hour sailing. Where are our skiffs? We want our skiffs. Sid saying, oh, I see, gotcha. I've ventured a teeny bit into the forest. It's a dangerous place. It's a dangerous place. Nolmar's probably just writing what the writ description says. This can be used to build a claim totem outside of the safe meadows. Oh, really? Interesting. It already says so in there. Melody saying it's not too bad to just use other claims as your personal cash early on. 100%. And that's kind of the gameplay that I have been doing. And I mean, I think I've done fairly well for myself. I have decent tools. I have decent equipment. I invested in getting myself the best hammer available, and I just go around and do things and have fun. It's definitely not necessary to have your own claim. Yeah, Sid's saying, I just went to compare maps. I'm not even worthy of seeing your map yet. What do you mean not worthy? There's no such thing as not worthy. You are always worthy. Yes, I have the hammer. It was probably about 6,000 hex coins to go through all the steps. I think it's worth it. I like to dig, so I've already put it to good use. It's not that bad now. It's not as bad as it was last alpha. Last alpha, I did get it around the end, but to get the Brico mallet on closed alpha 2, I was like really grinding the refined bricks for Brico at tier 2, because the funnel up between 1 and 2 was a 1-to-1. From 2 to 3 it was 2 to 1. So at tier 2 was like the optimal moment to do it, and I spent probably like 30 or more hours just on that grind, gathering everything, making the bricks, cooking the fire sand, and finally getting it. It was not even a tenth of that, getting it this time. Sid saying my whole metals isn't even explored yet. Yeah, I mean, take it at your own pace. Bitcraft, I think, is especially if it is your first time, it should be enjoyed and savored. There's no need to run around. Melody, wasn't it found in ruins? No, that one's different. The one in the ruins was the first settler's mallet, and that one was, I think, 30 or 35. I think it was 30 construction power. So it was very good. The thing is, those ruins were supposed to be behind a wall, which you needed a tier 6 chisel to get through. But there was a bug that allowed you to walk through objects. And people were exploiting that bug to get the hammers. Which, I mean, it's a test, so it's good that it was found. I don't like that Ludens was trying to make money through that. Like, they went and just exploited that, and they were trying to sell the hammers like they were the nicest people ever. I got mine for free from another player, Dinny. Another member of the community for a long time. And I know that you guys over in Tortuga were also sort of like just, you know, you had enough for yourself and you handed out more to others. I think Umbilica might have also just been handing hammers to pretty much anyone that wanted it. Because, I mean, it is a test, and we are meant to, like, if we find something that is slightly broken, I feel it is our responsibility to see how broken it is and how much we can break it, but so that it gets fixed, not so that we make profit from it in that test. Melody saying we didn't like people making profit, so we handed them out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Breeze wanted to give me one, and I already had one. He was basically telling everyone, hammers for everyone. Well, mallets, really. No geodes. This is gonna be a while. And there's A fluff pup somewhere in there. Maybe up there? Oh, okay, it's up there. It's up there. You can stay there. Melody saying the tier 3 drop rate is wrong from geodes. Good luck. Well, let's hope we get lucky. Because by wrong, I imagine you mean the number within the system, like within the game, is lower than it should be. Very low drop chance, yeah. Well, one can only hope. Though I can probably just park it here and then gather from that one, and that one. I keep thinking I have to park the cart like right next to the resource so that it sends it there. But it actually is quite a wide range. Like wide range. I could probably park the cart up here. Actually, I will, just so that I remember that it can be there. Come on, you're smarter than that. You figured it out once. Why can't you go up there anymore? Okay, so up here. Killing saying if you like roads, by the way, Dewey made a road from foothills to the tundra. Nice. I had been thinking about making a road from the Mistake to the mountains, because the Mistake is here, and there's this lake here, and there seems to be a mostly like flat-ish line through here to a snow biome up here. So that's something that I want to work at some point. I'm assuming they are also planning on doing that, so they might just, by the time I get to the point where I want to start doing that, they might have already finished it, but that's another road that I think would be cool. Where does your road go to the tundra? Just like straight up towards Anna's claim? I imagine. Kelly says it goes below the mountains to the west. Okay. So does that mean, is Anna's claim in the snow? Like, do you guys have snow just north from you and then the road goes that way? There's a ridge between the mountains and the sea. Okay. Yes, Anna's claim is in the mountains. Oh, okay. So yeah, it makes sort of like if I was to draw a straight line between Foothills and Tortuga Falls, would that sort of be the general direction of your road? I'll explore it later. I also want to do some forestry while I'm hanging out over here. Oh, I need to eat, right? Always forget to eat. Yes, okay. I'll explore it. I'll definitely explore it, because if the road is already made, then that would make the gathering of wood a lot faster. I feel I should at least catch up with forestry to 40 and then bring mining a bit further. I might focus actually more on forestry during my time here in the foothills of regret, because I was thinking of later going over to Tortuga Falls and hanging out there for a couple of days doing the mining at tier 4 and just get a tier 3 chisel to do the tier 4 processing of the rocks. Right now I'm just being stubborn because I want to figure out what's up with the gems at tier 3. I don't need to do this, especially since I cannot get the gems the way like from Pebbles, the way it works right now. Sorry, I was answering, Voxel had answered one of my past or previous feedback things in there, so I was just answering him. Not most, all of the previous tests, what I had done was just write down my notes somewhere in a Word document that I had, and then at the end sort of like go through them again. But I think now the tests are longer, what I've been doing now feels like it makes more sense. I made up a post on the Bitcraft Discord on the feedback area, just titled Gon's Feedback. And every time I think of something or I find something, I will type it down. If it's a long text, I'll try to highlight the main points so that, you know, because the devs have a lot of things to go through and read, and they probably just skim over a lot of the text. So if I can highlight the main points, that makes their job easier. And then just add a tag in the end, also highlight it in bold. Mention if it's a bug, if it's a suggestion, and sort of like what in general it is about. Because I remember last time I wanted to, I guess, participate with the final, like the end of the test report that the Tortugans made. And I just ended up, like, I did, in the end I didn't do it because I was too busy working with my Word file. Cooler says, developers like them bullet points. Yeah, I don't do bullet points. I could, nah. Most of my feedback, I probably couldn't do bullet points. Exactly, the sacred documents. I was hanging out a lot with Briss and Starbuck around the end, so, like on the VC. So probably a lot of the things that we had talked about ended up in there anyways, so should be fine. But now that also my approach to this test is just go everywhere, I do need to have my own sort of feedback. The challenges or the opportunities that I find are probably different from those that the players who are in a group might find. Melody saying they held out until the end. You're all troopers for that? Yes. I left Alpha 2 days early. Yeah, we missed you at the end. There were a lot that left when they did the Hexcoin change. That was a really bad feel. And I think when that happened, Briz and Starbuck really buckled up, and like they were real troopers. For me, like I wanted to do the nomadic life on that test. It wasn't really enabled because trade was kind of tricky. And in the end I ended up just helping out Briz with things that they needed, just because you know, due to many things, people started to play less and less towards the end. And, you know, Briz wanted to make a really nice settlement. In the end, he did it. I don't know if you saw the showcase video that they made showing some of the claims. Like, Tortuga at the end of Alpha 2 was really cool. Like, Briz went overboard with that, because that was like 90% him. Like, I was trying to supply resources and some things, but then in the end I was also working towards getting my Brico mallet, so most of that was just Briz going hard at it. I mean, there were more people helping, but yeah. Melody says, I was messing with all the roll-up crafting, it became too much grinding and not really playing. Yeah. I heard they changed it back. I think they did at some... No, actually I don't think they did. I think even at the end, a lot of the things were still sort of like not really in an enjoyable state. I basically held on to my sanity because I had a specific goal in mind and I worked towards that one, which was the Brico mallet. But otherwise I probably would have dropped out around the end as well. Or maybe I would have just walked around different claims and just sit next to other people and chat, because, yeah, the grind was hard. They nailed so much with the start of Alpha 3 though? Yes, I am absolutely loving it as well. The fact that a claim is now a possibility and not a requirement to play the game changes things drastically. And the fact that we no longer have the resource respawning really far from where it was gathered has ended the scarcity, and I think that's good. I think there's already enough time that you have to sink in terms of actually doing the gathering, that having to travel to the far ends of the world just because the area around you was already over harvested was just making it feel really bad. Okay, is that one in range? Yeah, so now I collect the cart. And then everything else is just gonna go straight in here. Melody saying, I can't wait for T5 to really start decorating. All the buildings look so good. Yes, the tier 5 are like the stars of the show, 100%. But that's still a ways away. Kelly saying, getting a lot of stone? Yeah. No, no geodes though. I mean, I should probably just keep that one open now, because if I get a geode, it's just gonna drop straight in there. Maybe I'll get lucky. You give it 4 days max, Melody, for you guys to get to tier 5, like to get tier 5 and actually start building tier 5 stuff? That's really impressive. I guess if you have dedicated gatherers, once you make the tier 4 tools, they can already really work hard on getting materials and just like stockpiling everything. Yeah, you do have some crazy goblins. That is definitely true. Is there any other tier 3? Just that last one. Oh, I'm running out of stamina. Kaylin, are you interested in tier 3 rock? I'm not sure that I'm bringing all of this back. No, you know what? I will. I just wish I had the bigger raft so that I had more space, but, you know, it's my own fault for not getting it yet. Melody saying Brice joined like 3 or 4 days late and he passed me in total levels. I heard. Mir was telling me that he's already like over level 50 in 3 jobs. Gambit saying true leaderboard fighters, those goblins. Yeah, they definitely are. Melody, I'll take pride in being the first goblin with 2 level 60s. Very nice. Farming and cooking, right? Did you do a lot of turning food back into fertilizer? Like to just make it a bit of a loop? None. Oh, okay. Kelly saying, I think we got a lot of T3 stone. Let me know if you want any claim permissions. Oh, thank you for trusting me. I don't like if you I won't really use the permissions. Like the only thing that is that you would benefit if I end up wanting to toss something and instead of tossing it into the ground, I might place it in one of the chests. But then if someone is on in your claim, I'm likely to just tell them, you know, I have this, do you want it? There we go. We got a gem. Let's see, show me compendium. You have extract, and you have these things. I'll just finish mining just for the sake of it. Melody, I have an army to feed and we have 3 cooks. Okay, no, that is fair. That is fair. In that regard, Melody, I am curious, as a dedicated cook, what do you think of the recipe lottery? Do you think, like, being a dedicated cook, it didn't really get in your way, or did you hate it like I did? Nolmar, food waste feels far too bad to be worth it. When you gain less than the cost to make it, then it's better to farm berries. It is better to farm berries, but it's also more time consuming because you have to travel to where the berries are and then bring them back. Kelly saying, okay, there are people most of the time. Yeah, when I arrived, I think Anna was there, and then when I got back there at night, it was you and Snow Phoenix. Melody says, but if you ever want food, you can visit me in Falls. I got you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You love it? Voxel gave me a gacha to play? Ah, you see, that's the thing. I hate gacha just because it's not a kind of mechanic that I like. But I'm not opposed to it in principle. I do, however, think that it could be improved. to have less waste. Like it feels very wasteful to see all those recipes created and being basically garbage. Melody saying our cooks all play gacha for recipes and then we trade, so we have all of them. Yeah, that makes sense. And in a larger group, that is sensible. In a more solo slash nomadic way, I think you could probably still buy recipes from groups or people that have multiples. But the thing is, for a nomadic player, inventory space is precious, and that's the main reason, Kaylin, why I appreciate. Yeah, like if you want to add me to the claim, I would love to be part of the claim. I'd be honored to be part of the claim. I just probably would not use the storage at all, because I want to have the experience of what it is like to play with the amount of storage that we're given from only deployables, because I think that it is not sufficient, and I also think that there should be something similar to the bank that's in the starter towns, but just working out of the totem, not as large as the bank, even in a way that like the first totem could just have like 5 individual slots and 1 of the cargo slots, or even 4 and 1, and then as you level up that becomes bigger. But it is one thing that's always necessary when you settle a claim. The first thing you build right now is bonfires, because there's fluff pups, but the next thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is storage. You need storage to organize everything that everyone brings and put it to good use. I would love for the totem to have that. And it would also help nomadic players. Melody saying, if I didn't need all my cash for farming and cooking, I would set my trade stall up on a ruined city with recipes. Yeah, that's definitely true as well. I wish you could also, you can only have one of each things deployed at once, so it kind of feels limiting. I would like to be able, as a nomadic player, to have at least 2 stalls, one in one place, one in the other place, because like I want to have a trade stall in the starting town so that I can buy and sell things there, but I also want to have a trade stall in whichever town that I am hanging out at any given moment. And the same thing with storage. Like I would have my crappy storage in one place and then my good storage with me. Nolmar, first thing I built was gates. Yeah, you know, like the fire thing, just like something to keep you safe. But after that, Kelling saying, I'd added you to the claim without any permissions because I'd love to have you in the list. Thank you, that actually would be really cool. I'd love to be in the list as well. Oh, there's a rotten stump in there. That's why I couldn't climb through there before. The ghost stumps. Nolmer saying, I want a tech tree with the ability to make a doppelganger of your personal storage and stall. I'm not sure what you mean about a doppelganger. And Cooler saying the non-functional gates, they're functional now, but yeah, they were sad for a while. Open that. Oh, I already had it open. It was this thing on the side? Oh, it is here. There we go. So, let me drop that rock here. I am too far. There we go. Grab that. Move that there. Okay. Nolmer saying trader specialization for stalls, for example, something like with the Path of Exile tree would be cool. Doppelganger means a double, so a copy of the same. Oh, yeah, no, well, the thing is, what I would do is, like, I would just make doubles. Like, I have 2 storages, and I have 2 market stalls. because you can bring them up and level them up independently. The problem is that you can only drop one at a time. And having that linked to this would actually be fun. Like, once you reach a certain level trading, then you can... Where am I selling? Then you can deploy a second trading stall. That would be a good way to do it. Melody saying, I really wouldn't like a big skill tree like this. I like the simplicity and chill vibes of the game. I do as well. I do as well. Nullmore saying, no point in closing the gates though. Dogs don't run through them unless you have walls. I agree that there's, like, mechanically they work the way they should, but I think visually it would be really nice if they if you could open and close them. Oh, by the way, Kaylin, are you watching my screen? If you're not, I'll tap for a second and let me know when you're seeing what I'm seeing. There you go. One thing that I would, I guess it's up to you guys, but that's what I would do. I would move the mining station to an area where the deployable range hits the water, so that you can bring anything that's stone related and work from your boat. Just as a, you know, you can always just do the normal thing, which is bring out your cart and then take your cart to where you're working. But it's nice that the foraging and the carpentry are by the water. It kind of feels sad that the mining one isn't. It's not a problem, just an observation. Cooler saying, I think the game can have depth in it regarding to skills, but only if it's not mandatory to play it to the full extent, but rather get the extras. Yes, I definitely agree. Oh, I didn't pull my cart. I definitely agree. These are things that should make this better without making it necessary that in order to do this, you need to do this. And that's why I don't like the fact that it feels like you need to get involved in combat. There should be a way for you to play the game and focus in this primarily or even exclusively, and have this just be sort of like a side effect of normal gameplay. And depending on the kind of gameplay that you make or that you enjoy, maybe you will be a type of player that likes to roam around and you'll have higher exploration, which will help in some things. Or maybe you're the type of player that does like to go and, you know, go out at night and kill anything in sight, and then this will also help in other ways. But it shouldn't be necessary. Kelling saying, we have reserved the beach for trade stalls and personal storage. Forestry is just there because of lack of space, but I'll keep it in mind. Yeah. I'm not sure how much it would need to be moved. Like, let me get my pointing tool. Okay, so it is on the top side, like, yeah, on the north. Well, no, this is north, so the northeast side of this big tile, and the range is 1, 2, 3 tiles away, I think. Not exactly, but yeah, then in order to get here, yeah, it would sort of like have to be around here, and that would sort of break the arrangement that you have. Because even on this side, the only thing would be to just have like all three: mining, not carpentry, mining, forestry, and foraging, that are the ones that people bring cargo in here. But then you have to carry the things over to the carpentry. Yeah, I'm probably just overthinking things. Cooler asking, no, a questionably good example of what I mean would be No Man's Sky, which I call the big game about nothing game, has so much content in it, but most of it is optional, and getting any one specific thing usually has multiple ways to go about it. Yeah, that definitely sounds like the kind of thing that I hear the devs say they want. It's just a matter of seeing how they implement it and if they are successful. Kelling says we thought about the trade beach before we knew about the teleporter. Oh, I guess that's true. You could have, because you can have the teleporter somewhere else, you could have like a trade terrace instead of a trade beach. Melody saying I was selling the Lux fish at my stall by the Waystone and I made so much money. Food is king. Good to know. I've spent a while making tons of this for myself, just for self-sustenance. I think I made like 180 of them. But yeah, I can definitely see that being, especially early on. I think early on, working on these 3 skills, they level fast, they're always in demand, and you should be able to make good money from them. Cooler saying not the gameplay specifically, but the game design. Yeah, no, definitely. Exactly, Cooler. People will always want to eat. And more so when eating gives you the right buffs. Oh, I think the geode is here, right? Yeah, it's straight in this one. Yeah, it looks like it's just not really gonna unlock that at all. So I guess I won't really bother too much with tier 3 mining, considering I can do tier 4 mining and masonry. I'll just put that on the back burner for a bit and focus on forestry. I am sorry, Kayleen, but I'm going to deforest your forest. I'll try to start far away so that you keep some trees around you. Melody saying, yeah, I noticed I never make mushroom foods and rarely meat foods. Everyone wants fish. Yeah, I mean the fact that it boosts both here, look, you can see it here, both crafting and gathering makes it feel a little bit overpowered to me. I think the mushroom is speed, right? And the meat is for the combat action, if I remember correctly. So those are also those are like more specific foods for specific tasks or specific activities. Like the movement food is nice. Oh, the berry pie is also speed. The thing with the speed bonus, it's good if you're moving around a lot, but unless they make the buff last longer than the stamina, for example, it would be nice if the buff was longer than the stamina, and then you could carry fish and a berry pie, and you just alternate between one and the other, so that you always keep your region, but you get both buffs, speed and like gathering. Because if you're out gathering, you're probably gonna value speed over, like, gathering speed over movement speed. Pretty much always. The speed really only makes sense for long trips, and right now the waystones are not really promoting that. They should see more use in tests that have less tools for convenient traveling. Yeah, it never did unlock. Well, Kaylin, you're getting a free diamond. And a lot of free pebbles. And maybe some free rocks. Melody Sing, I think berry speed, mushroom craft, meat melee, fish gather might be a good change. Yeah, that would be good. Like, just not put gather and craft on the same thing. it's basically just that. Kelly is saying nice, that would be our third diamond. There you go, you can make yourself a ring. And it's the one that I would not use at all. Forestry, carpentry, hunting, leatherworking. I mean, I do forestry, but evidently not as much. And then what was it? Hunting, leatherworking? Yeah, not really. Carpentry? I mean, I did some planks, but that's about it. They are not really in my desired pool of skills. I drop in the gemmies one, right? Oh, I don't have permission, so are you here? Yes. There you go. You're welcome. Oh, I finished the task. I didn't start the next task. I'm like, why is it not doing anything? Craft, slave, craft. No, don't click on that. I wanted to move the camera. Well, let's collect the cart while we're at it. What is Snow Phoenix hammering at? Oh, I do have this. It's here. Oh, probably the mining station, I'm guessing, and it's just kind of like looks wonky onto the side. Well, they stopped. Kayleen, I really like that area you got in the back there. That's sort of like green and like wild, but sort of enclosed. And then you have the paths sort of going out of both sides. Like you have one gate on either side of this little thing. You guys set up a really nice space to hang out in. I keep forgetting my crafting station is down here. You're welcome. You guys did a good job. You deserve recognition for when you do a good job. Do you have any like ideas of if you wanna expand it and where? Oh, you did? You did do the terraforming to do the path there? Okay, so then that hole was there? I thought you might have made the hole too. The hole was there. Oh, okay, okay, okay. This must have looked interesting beforehand. I'm assuming you have some pictures of the process, so I would absolutely love to see some of them if you could send some my way at some point. I would like to expand by flattening the mountain at the tailoring station and housing on the northern ridge. So housing over on that side, and then, well, flattening. Where was the tailoring? Was it the tailoring? Oh, here. Oh, like just rounding it up a little bit here, so it's not an inwards but an outwards kind of like curving wall. Because I do like the roughness of like the mountain here, but I guess yeah, you could like probably drop at least one of these two things. Maybe keep this one raised. I like how it looks with the fire there, but let's just like round this area a little bit more. Maybe even these three would be cool. And yeah, that looks perfect for housing. You could even raise a few more terraces there to just make housing in sort of like a terraced way. It depends on how many tiles we need, yes. At least it's not so hard in terms of supplies now. Almost ran out of stamina there. Yeah, terrace housing. Yeah, I think it would look cool. Like just have a lower level here and then the like maybe three. Which orientation are the tiles here? This way? Okay, so like going by... Oh, no. Going by this orientation, like have three big tiles width and then go a couple levels and then have another few tiles width and then go a couple of levels so that it sort of incorporates into the mountain over on this side. I think that would look really cool. Okay, so let's take one last trip. I'm not gonna be bringing all the rocks because I don't quite have a use for them. So I'm probably just gonna drop them for Kaling, Snow Phoenix, and the rest of the dwellers of the foothills to use. And then recover my box and then go do some tree chopping. Where is my cart? Is it there? No. Is it there? Where is it? No, I was going the right way. Oh, there it is. My cache. There we go. And yeah, Kaylin, if at some point you guys need tier 3 rock, I think that the cargo takes a while to disappear. So it'll be right here, right next to the water, just across from the foothills. About 50 of them. You're welcome. Did they fix the raft sailing? Is it not longer? No, okay, it is. It is going side to side. Yeah. Super wonky. Oh, you're heading there right now? Yeah, you can just park the raft right next to it, just climb and grab it and drop it. If only rafts knew how to sail straight. Did I? Oh, I did not change the clothing. There we go. That looks better. I'm like, why is it at 1.4? We really need a better way to swap armor. Yeah, more feedback. Alrighty, and just to process those here. And Kaylin, I see that you use these pebbles for paving, right? The tier 3? Not sure, I think only T4. Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, okay, it's C3. Pebbles are always appreciated. The red ones are pretty, the red paving. Teal is T4 and black is T2. Yeah, I remember black being T2, but I never went and bought the recipes on previous tests. Just because, again, for me, the Brico coins, the main reason, like the main use of it that I wanted was mallet. I mean, the skiff, of course, but eventually just the mallet. So I didn't really, like, if I had worked on the mallet early on and had gotten that big expense out of the way, then I probably would have gotten a few more pavement types. I do like to play around with the pavement, but again, since the last test, I didn't focus on building a claim of my own. I didn't really bother with getting a lot of the recipes, I think, on this test, because I'm sure at some point I will want to make my own little place. I definitely want to, you know, make it pretty and have all the recipes for pavements and try to do something nice, something interesting. Kelly saying there's a new patch out. Alright, I'll probably just finish this craft. I was already thinking that I should stop for a moment, take a break, grab a bite to eat. So I'm already seeing who else is online to see who we might raid. There's someone streaming in Portuguese, there's Zozo, and there's someone that says we're finally in day 1 of Bitcraft. I think I'm gonna raid the person that says we're finally in day 1 in Bitcraft. You know, just so that if they and their viewers are a bit lost and you guys want to hang out and chat with them, they might be interested in that. And I don't know if for you is the same as for me. It's very interesting to see people play the game for the first time, it's funny how some things that we sort of give for granted based on our previous alpha experiences can either be confusing or maybe they can be seen in a different way by new players. So yeah, I'm gonna probably set up that raid once I finish with this Pebbles. Malik saying new patch notes are out. T3 gem fragments are craftable again. They fixed their bug already. I mean, gotta give it to them, right? Kaylin, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to drop the pebble to give you the pebbles. I might actually use the pebbles in the end. Oh, and skiff. Interesting. So yeah, we're gonna finish the stream with this news. I'll still give you some, Kaylin. I'll still give you some, and I gave you some rocks too. But then I'll probably grab something to eat. I will update the game and see what's what. I don't know that I'll be working towards the skiff right now, because this is my hangout in Foothills day. I might see what it takes to do the raft and then try to do what I can around here towards that end. Maybe that will work. Maybe that will work. Okay, so no, keep them. I mean, the ones that I dropped out there are you know, for whoever grabs them. So if you grab them, that would make me happy. I don't know if I'm gonna go grab them because I'm gonna probably be working on different things. But yes, alright, let's see, give me a moment. And how do they spell their name? Alright, so just to sum up today's stream, I hope everyone had fun today. It's been a chill day, a slower day, less speculation, less I guess focusing in overanalyzing everything, although I always gravitate towards that at some point or another. But it was a nice chill day compared to yesterday. Yesterday it felt like there was quite a bit going on, and yeah, today we just basically fished a little bit, got some hex coins, and improved our chests, and now we are setting out to spend some time here with Ailing, Snow Phoenix, and the rest of the dwellers of the foothills. I hope everyone has a great rest of your day, and this is when I start the raid. And yeah, go say hi to Senato Ajibana. I always like to remember to remind people to reload the tab after the raid if you want to have them have your views counted, but you know, up to everyone. And thank you everyone for attending. Have a great rest of your day.